All right, we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Garden live stream. And we are at a stormy garden. Something I forgot to retitle it. And we are walking around as the different winds are blowing. And it is getting more and more intense. So, yeah, it's technically a stormy garden. I forgot to title it that. All right. So, right here is, it's quite stormy. Oh, hello, Richard. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, right here it is stormy. Over here, the rain stopped a little while ago. Hello, Rebecca. Good to see you. And yeah, so right now in the garden, it is quite stormy, and a lot of times the storms happened during the crop circles were made. Because when they would have different alien entities come around, they would go and make crop circles in fields, and there's been some apparent videos and documentation about them doing that. So that is something quite fascinating. And there's some of them that are made by humans, some of them may be made by other things, but they are very interesting and they seem to give off subliminal messaging a lot of times. Yeah, and they're going to be releasing at some point some alien files, which I would be interested in seeing that because the alien government website has some of that there. And although they have not come out with it yet, it's supposed to have videos and information on there for everybody to see about aliens. Now, the reason why I didn't do this Garden live a little bit earlier was because of the weather was pretty bad. So that is something we have is quite interesting. And over this way, we will see the garden, like right here. Yeah, because when it rains, everything just grows a little bit more. So that's why it is cool to see. Hello, Odin. Morning to you. It's a stormy garden right now. I didn't title it that, but that's what it is. Yeah. So there is lots of storms going through at the moment. Which is, very fascinating weather to, to be in a way because so it's pretty cool. All right, so yeah, this is the flowers. They're a little bit disorganized because of the. Oh, you had sleet. Okay. I mean, y'all probably have tires where and like tire chains so y'all don't slip on it, but it's very slippery when you have the tires in the sleet, and just in general, it can be slippery. So yeah, it's still wintry weather up there where you are. And yeah, I mean, so when it comes down where I am, it's like a tropical, like rainy, stormy type weather. So yeah, it's coming probably from where you are to where I am, but it's a completely different universe of weather than it is over there. Yeah. Oh, okay. You have to have studded tires. Okay. Yeah, that would help out. Where I am, it gets like your weather sometimes. Hello, Put. Hello there. But that's what happens. I mean, when you have tires, where I am, the weather gets like where you are, where I am, winter time, but it doesn't last as long. And yeah, I think everybody should have that when the weather is like the way your weather is. But of course, where you are, it's more longer than mine. Oh yeah, I have a merch store for those that are interested, and they're very cool hoodies and stuff. And later on, you can check it out on the different posts, pages, etc. That will be a good place for people to check out for those that are interested. Thank you. Very cool. Oh, I'm searching for the swamp raptors. That's what I'm looking for, and maybe some aliens too. All right. And Odin said, "How long?" Okay, the winter lasts from. It kind of starts in November, sort of, where there's lots of winds and cooler weather coming in, and maybe okay, the cool weather. Yeah, Ben 10. I love watching Ben 10, and I even have the. I don't have it on me, but I even have watch. And yeah, there's no poison ivy around here that I know of. Or if it is poison ivy, it doesn't affect me. But there is poison ivy. I believe I was affected by, but I don't really see it here anymore. But if there is poison ivy, then it doesn't really affect me. I'm not too sure what it was exactly, but whatever the thing that hurts me isn't really around here. Okay, so the cooler weather comes around October, the end of October. Sometimes in September, it'll get a little bit. Okay, this is what happens. So around August, in September, it's extremely hot, but around at some point in September, it gets a little bit cooler. All right, it gets a little bit cooler, and then it gets around September, maybe. But September is extremely hot, but it can drop a little bit towards the end. October is usually kind of hot, but then towards the end of October, it gets a little bit cooler. Like a cool front happens around Halloween. Oh, hello, evil. I'm not that haunted house searcher. I'm just a alien searching around spooky parts of the earth right now. But definitely, in a way, it's kind of like that. So Odin, I around November, the cold fronts start coming in, and it lasts probably around April. It starts getting warmer again, but it's not like where you are. Okay, it doesn't get as cold as where you are at all, but it gets similar weather, and it can drop at points to what like how it is where you are. Yes, at points, but it's more brief. Sometimes the winters are very mild, but usually they've been pretty cold recently. Now, where I am, it's even more humid, so it's even more colder than where you are hypothetically because it's more humidity. So it makes it even colder than it would feel like. Right. All right, let's see what everybody's saying. Okay. What are you doing in the yard looking for? Oh, bro, dangerous. I am looking for. Bro, I am just looking at the plants and showing y'all the plants and looking for a pot of gold from a leprechaun and seeing if we find anything interesting while we just talk about various different stuff. And oh, hello, Lisa. Welcome to the stream. Yes, Odin, they all die in winter. Oh, you're South Australia. Or where I am dangerous, it's warm right now. It's kind of cool but warm where I am at the moment. But yeah, there's a point of the year that gets cold at some point. So I'm sure it's like hot all the time where you are. Play evil, creepy sound, see what happens. Okay. Right, it's not weed. Exactly. All right, let's see. Yes, I believe UFOs are real. I am in Atlantis. Oh, facts dangerous. Thank you for subbing. Oh, it's okay. I mean, so yes, Odin. In winter, all the plants die, but they come back in spring. Yeah, everything dies. except if I have like a cold hardy plant. It's like this is a complete wasteland at winter. All right. Oh, you have humidity too. Okay. Oh, thank you, Evil, for subbing. All right. Let's see. All right. So right here are real, and the truth is out there. I mean, because people see them everywhere all the time, very often, and I think it is extremely messed up that people like were trying to downplay it. But yeah, I'm glad they're now releasing files about it. My father's from the UK, so my dad's side is British, and I'm ethnically from my mom's side. I'm related to British too on my mom's side, but predominantly, but other European ethnicities as well. But my father's side is from the United Kingdom. I say United. It's technically from London, but I'm related to the entire United Kingdom and Ireland, basically, and also all the other European countries too. So, because I could go sit here and tell you every single European country, but it would take a long time. So every European country. All right. So the Let's Turn to God Shepherd's Chapel YouTube explains Bible. Oh, God bless you too. I believe in the Lord strongly, but people can believe whatever they want to believe. But yeah, I believe in the Lord strongly. And thank you. And can you see the moon? The moon's out here. If we both see it, the world's flat, or then, or what? Okay, where I am, it's extremely cloudy, and the moon left here a long time ago. But it went out west from where I am. If the world was flat, my cats would have pushed everything off it. Oh, yeah, they definitely would. Yes, and Sage says there's underwater bases full of aliens, and they fly above us and using cloaking devices. Oh, I mean, that is true. They are underwater and they do use those devices. I definitely agree. And let's see. Yeah, cuz the that's why underwater should be explored more because a lot of the missing links are underwater about what's really going on, right? I mean, when you have the stuff underwater, that is where you have lots of the activity happening. There's all kinds of sounds underwater that we don't even like know what they are exactly. Yeah, that is a good hypothesis about them being fueled by water. Yeah, that is, because that's they all come from underwater. It seems. I know. Yeah, and Atlantis is underwater too. Your moon's to your south. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. It probably came from where I am. It's from the south too. Yes, it's in the more of the southern part. Oh, yeah, whales. That's interesting. I'm aware of people talking to the dolphins also. So like Gerald the dolphin. Okay. And let's see. And Sage says, I think the US military made a deal with them in exchange for technology, and there are given access to the ocean for bases. I think they are using it for the future. I agree. And I also think there's bases on the moon too. So the theory that would link the moon landing being real to the fake video we saw was that when they went to the moon, they saw aliens there, and they couldn't show it actually was there. Right. Let's see. They saw there's only 5% of undiscovered species discovered too. Uh huh. There's lots of things that are undiscovered that they're down there. Exactly. Hey, Cat and Mouse. Good morning to you. And maybe Atlantis reached such a tech that they left Earth instead of going underwater. Hey, that's a possibility too. That may have very well may been. Oh yeah, us from the future. You see, there's a theory that the gray aliens are us from the future, also, and that they're time travelers. All right, and Dangerous says, yeah, look into call the whales of people went mad for it because he did that. Oh, okay, okay. All right, and oh, art. I am in the woods talking about aliens. That's what I'm doing. We 100% got tech from aliens, or maybe an ancient race that's still on the planet. Look at the tech born after the World War II and the insane how much progress we made in less than 100 years. Yeah. And, and from the Roswell crash, they apparently got lots of tech from them. That is something else that I believe that they also were able to acquire too. So I definitely believe that we definitely had that from them. Oh, thank you, Art. I sure will. Yeah, exactly. I'm doing a garden live. Atlantis decided they wanted to leave because how much the planet sucks. Okay. And okay, let's see. Maybe they missed Earth or something and came back in time. Maybe Earth got destroyed in the timeline. Yeah. They're trying to stop it. Oh, they recreated it in Europe. I didn't know that. It seems like such a Western thing. Right. And I didn't know that. Thank you, mods, keeping your trolls in check. Appreciate it. So, in these new UFO files, which I'm very eager to see, I'm excited to know that there's going to be more information coming out about them. And because for so long, there has been lots of speculation and lots of theories throughout time. And I believe these files seem like they're going to show things that we never even thought were possible. But I will see if they're really going to be serious about it or it's going to be a bunch of nonsense. The alien comet, okay, the Atlas. I think with the Atlas, it could be it could be some sort of an ancient flying ship, the way its trajectory was, and after it came here, it it took a trajectory in a pathway that was just it caused all these comets to come flying down from the sky, which I thought was really fascinating. Right. And let's see, aliens are 100% real, and I feel like they've been involved with our evolution and our progress for thousands of years. Yeah, very, very maybe. Absolutely. And Christopher says, do you know that the Earth had a multiverse? So each and every one of those Earth, every possible scenarios already happened, and theirs own respectively timeline, and they are lucky in this, and we are lucky in this timeline. I got you. I got you. Yep. I don't know if it's in our solar system anymore. It may have went off, but there are so many people that have seen these comets coming from the sky like recently earlier this year, and it may have came from that thing, possibly. Yeah, these are the primroses. Yeah, these are the primroses. They're kind of flattened from the rain that happened, but they're still there, of course. But yeah, it's thought that it may have been an ancient UFO that came here a long time ago, and it then it left. Yeah, so we will see about what these UFO files will show when the aliens.gov comes out. Definitely be interesting. Scared. All right. So yeah, and I think it is extremely fascinating how for thousands of years people have seen these types of entities come in and out throughout time, and it looks like you have some branch that's in the way, kind of blocking this area. I didn't really realize this, but it is here. Okay. Yeah, so I believe that Earth has been visited for thousands of years by these whatever they are, and they've been giving us technology and information. And I see that there's people talking to me I didn't see. Scared. All right, I think sightings didn't increase, but with our smartphones we can now see them better. Okay, is that where we get comet cleansers? Maybe so. The amount of sightings around the world is just 10 years insane. I think aliens are mad at us that we are made us who we are now, and how can we be able to be a species and a planet this advanced? And some species have been alive for thousands of years or longer, right? And Christopher says, "What do you think about going on in the CERN labs? Allegedly, they're looking for antimatter, and particles will help us build model how Big Bang makes the universe." Well, I think CERN is very suspicious, and I believe that they've been opening up portals a lot, and they've been doing a collider, and it may have brought us into the Mandela effect timeline, where we have everything's misconstrued and not like how it's supposed to be. So yeah, I do agree with you about that. Yeah, Da Vinci knew a lot of things, and he did do a lot of subliminal messages in his art. Yeah, I think Egyptians were taking to another planet. Oh, interesting. Okay. And let's see. Do you think they will tell us the whole truth about aliens? I don't think they will. I have doubts about it, Drew. I doubt we'll ever really know everything, but I'm optimistic to see what they're going to show us. But I definitely have skepticism. And let's see. Jason says, "Hello, hello. So what are you saying is that Art Bell spaceship? Does anyone remember him from Radio Coast to Coast AM into UFO conspiracies in the '90s and 2000s? I've heard of him before, but I don't know much about him. All right. Hello, Underboss. I believe aliens are very real. Well, actually, God is created. It doesn't deny it either, though. You know, God created many different things throughout the universe, everywhere, and different cultures believe in different things. And I mean, the over in like the Middle East and Muslim countries, they believe something called jinn, right? So maybe it's some sort of a jinn entity. But whatever it is, there's something there. But I'm a Christian, by the way, and I do believe that God created things on other planets. Oh, hello, boss. Good to see you. Jeff, he's not an alien like what we're talking about. He's something even beyond that, what the aliens that we see. It's something even more advanced than those aliens. So technically, it would be an alien, an extraterrestrial, technically, from some other dimension, but it's something far more greater than any extraterrestrial that we can comprehend. No, aliens are real because you see them in the sky. I mean, they are there. People have seen them for thousands of years. Christopher said, I had my own hypothesis that some dying alien civilizations are seeking refuge in Earth disguised as Earthlings and Earthling knowledge and government elites, and they are sharing tech to human development. That makes sense. That makes sense. And Odin, good morning. Hope you're ready. Almost weekend time for fun. And let's see. I believe in God, but I also believe that people in the past worshiped aliens as gods because their technology made them godlike. Oh, Drew, I totally agree with you. Absolutely. And most people are really aliens. I don't know if most people are, but a lot of people may be aliens in disguise. Oh, Drew, I mean, if you show them like people that are alive right now, like my grandparents on both sides, think the technology we have is really incredible, and not everybody knows how to use it as well. Even people in our own senior citizens from our time right now don't even completely understand it. So if you brought it back to Abraham Lincoln or somebody from 100 years ago, even 19 in the year 1926, they wouldn't understand it. So they would think it's magic. So imagine, what the ancient civilizations would think of the technology we have. So, and for instance, here's an example of that. So you have technology that is from like there's islands that in World War II we visited, the United States Army visited, and the people there were building plane models of planes and burning stuff to try to appease the airplanes to come back to you know to them. So even our own, it's happened before. What you're talking about, because when we visited islands or dropped off food to certain islands during World War II, these people worship the airplanes and they're trying to do rituals to bring the airplanes back for more food. So yeah, definitely, absolutely. Yeah, so then they would say which. Yeah, uncontacted tribes. Now I'm walking in the woods because I'm an alien and I'm about to make a crop circle. That's why. Well, you see, no, there's a pinned message right there that says it's a garden live, and the title says garden live. So they're either being silly or they're just you can't fix stupid sometimes. But I'm not against people that ask me if I'm in the woods though. I'm not trying to insult them if they really were curious. But yeah, there's a title and there's a pinned message about it. So you see, he's asking what planet I'm from. Okay, so I'm from Planet 10. Hello, Phoenix. Good to see you. Correct, Drew. Yes. Yeah, and just for the record, I have a natural high 24/7, so I'm not smoking anything. Just for the record, as I came out here to express my natural high. Yeah. Christopher says, imagine a civilization so far away that their telescopes are now catching Earth's ancient reruns, meaning somewhere out there, aliens might still be watching dinosaurs roam. Yeah, I think that certainly would be very possible that they may be passing through different time frames. Like when the UFOs pass through, they may be exploring different timelines, and the dinosaurs may be an era that they're looking at. Dinosaurs roam if extinction ever happened, proving that even reality is delayed. Thank you, Brig. Odin said Idaho has some of the most advanced irrigation systems in the U.S. Oh yeah, I'm very certain that is true. Absolutely. Jeff, there is possibility about that. I believe that God may have done that, or they may have been abominations that roam the earth. Right. Tabithia, please explain where Planet 10 is. So you should. I criticize your audience. No offense. I'm new here. I'm not stupid. I'm kind. I know people who witnessed 1973 landing on the Gulf Coast. Okay, Tabithia. You gotta remember there's a lot of trolls on here that I deal with. All right. So I'm glad to know that you're cool. All right. So I will explain where Planet 10 is. Planet 10 is in the Kuiper Belt. So it's in there's our solar system, and there's this other part that, hello, Corey. There is a planet in our solar system that is like beyond our solar system. It's objects beyond Neptune. And there's only Kuiper Belt called Planet 10, Planet 9, right? But I believe this is Planet 10. And for many years, they said it wasn't true, but now they're saying it's true. So there's lots of conspiracy theories around that planet. That's where I'm coming from. And explain to me about the 1973 landing on the Gulf Coast, out of curiosity. And thank you, uh, Tabitha, for your introduction. All right. So Drew said, "What are your thoughts on face peelers, Peru? Do you think they were aliens or human tech? Apparently, they had jetpacks on, and their feet were using lasers to remove skin. The skin was removed and fast surgical with blade being used. Oh, I think it is extremely mysterious what that is exactly. I don't really know what they could be, but they definitely at the time I thought they were the reptilians coming out. So I definitely believe that they were reptilians. And or some sort of hybrid entity with their technology. All right. So that is the situation that occurred. Right. So, or it's some kind of entity with the alien technology. I don't know. I mean, there's a variable that we don't know. I'm sure they would harvest faces or doing it. They're either doing it to be sadistic, or they're using it for something, or they're just raiding. Oh, thank you, Drew. I appreciate you subscribing. All right. So Christopher said somewhere out there, in a distant observer could be watching the light from ancient human fires, just reaching, and now they see civilization struggling to build. I know. I mean, it's basically like a mirror into the past. What they get to see. Yes, maybe a disguise. It could be trophy hunting. That's true, Odin. Or it could be humans with alien technology. Something like that. Christopher said, and believe they're center of everything, completely unaware of their entire story already played out and ended long before light even arrived, tuning into existing broadcast. Hello, Quicksilver. This is just an open discussion about any kind of conspiracy theories or anything else. And we are just walking around the garden at night and looking at different plants. All right, Christopher says, at their entire story already played out and then long before the light even arrived, turning existence into a broadcast where nobody knows if they live or a convincing replay. I know. I mean, that is a fascinating thing to ponder about what these people are seeing through our lenses. Right. All right. Yeah, these are just some other parts of the yard. Claude is it rained, so Claude is somewhere dry right now. Shout out to the birds. Christopher says, so time delayed is like watching a broadcast like Cosmos, where some other civilization's already finished without observing having a clue of that. I could see if we could find Claude somewhere. Oh, there he is. Well, oh, he's right there. He's right there, Brig. Claude's right there. There's Claude. Yeah, shout out to Claude the cat. He he likes to be famous on YouTube. Oh, thanks. He is certainly a handsome cat, indeed. Hello, Paranormal Channel. Well, you're in the right place, Paranormal Channel. Yes, he protects the garden. That's true. Yes, he's a great watcher of the noble garden. Yes. Oh, hello, England. Very nice to have you here. Now he's cleaning himself. No, it's no, Claude's a he. You got it right. Yes, lady, a cat. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, and right now he is cleaning himself, and he is without a care in the world. And this is that's the exercise bench. His name is Claude, right there. He even has his own emoji. Oh, I know. Yeah, we need to definitely do that. We need to have a virtual petting session. Christopher says, I connecting the dots on all this, and what makes it we're lone universe is keep acting like we are smartest beings in the universe, and our own egos won't let us comprehend. Oh yeah, because when we have our egos up in a bunch, it's going to cause people to have a problem, and no one's going to want to respect us or take us seriously in the universe. Drew said, when they do finally give us a disclosure, do you think they will give us some of the truth or make up some sort of narrative? Okay, I don't trust them, and I think they're probably going to have a narrative. But from what I'm seeing from skeptics, it could be they could give us some of the truth. And, there's Congressman Luna. There seems like there's interest in this on both political parties. So I'm confident that there's going to be some good information coming out, but maybe they'll also have things that are not true or a narrative that might be pushed too. So it's something that we got to be concerned about. He's not a stray cat anymore, really. He is a stray cat, but he isn't a stray cat. He's home here now. The government slogans can't handle the truth. Is you can't handle the truth. Oh, I know. A lot of times they think we can't handle the truth about anything, and that's why they want to censor information about that. Yeah, the cat distribution system. Yeah, that's true. Oh, that's cool space you acquired too. Yeah, Claude has adopted us. Oh, interesting. Okay. Oh yeah, thank you. One time, he was this cat was bad one time a long time ago, and my family brought him to a like a an adoption place, and the cat made its way back here from somewhere else. So he's came back here before from far away. So just he was just destined to be here. I would think so with dogs. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we're stuck with him. Yeah, because Christopher, the cats have spiritual abilities. For instance, a cat can look at a wall and they see something we cannot see. So, with the ancient Egyptian mythology, that cats were spiritual and they're guardians of the earth, and that they were protecting people from evil spirits. So that's why, and they also caught rodents and things like that too. Yeah, and he likes to work out. That's why he's by his weight bench, and he likes to relax here. Oh, hello to Leon. Shout out to Leon. Cool people. All right. Awesome. What is this? Okay. Okay. So, why do you think is so much? Okay. Let's see. Cats can even sense seizures like heart attacks and strokes hours before they happen. Oh, yeah, that is true. The cats definitely can sense that for sure. Cats get floaties in their eyes like we do, but they don't know what they're seeing. Oh, okay. Okay. And I had a cat that would sense my seizures. Oh, yeah, Rebecca. Well, I'm glad that your cat was helping you sense those seizures that you're having. That's good. Okay, Christopher, what's your fun fact? At the Battle of Pelusium, Cabesus II turned cats into weapons by exploiting their Egyptians' devotion to Basset, knowing their enemies would rather lose a war than risk harming the very animals they believed. Wow. Chris says, we're sacred, proving history isn't just written by victors, but by whoever understands what the other side refuses to break. Well, thank you for that, because a lot of people say, oh, the victors write the history books. And it's like, it's more complicated than what people may think. Yeah. All right, and Chris says is about exploring and exploiting the weaknesses and beliefs of the opponents. Some others aren't willing to hurt animals for their beliefs. Ah, right, right. It's all about deception and things like that. Yes. One more kitty fun fact: the CIA was also using cats as spies. I forget which country war, but they had microphones and cameras. Their collars. Yes, I remember hearing about that. Absolutely. Now, earlier it was really stormy over here and raining. All right. Hello, Orange. Tree of knowledge is the brain stem where the sun doesn't shine. A liar's tongue is a serpent lying the ground. In pride, it claims to know something of God. Very wise. Hello, Phil. I am doing fine. And recently, I was a juror in a trial recently, and I've been doing a lot of fun things in the spaceship with chat. So that's what we've been doing. Good to have you. Yeah, thunderstorms are pretty cool. Yeah. Oh, you love a good thunderstorm. Okay. Oh, okay. I see an error. Okay. Thank you for clarifying. The Persians reportedly carried cats in front of their lines, even painted cat images on their shields, that forced Egyptian troops into moral trap, fight normally, and risk deleting the sacred animals. Yeah, that's really messed up. They did that, but uh, I'm, you know, I'm sure that was their way of trying to win their conflicts. But still, it's quite a, a wicked tactic. But then again, it was a tactic that most likely worked. Hesitated, and the Persians advanced. Okay. Oh, Phil, that is so cool. You've been getting to know your new puppy. That's very cool. Drew said, "Tell me your craziest, hardest to believe theory, a conspiracy theory, alien topic. I love to hear what other people have to say." All right. So, what I think about that is a couple of different things. So, I'm just going to tell you the different theories I know about, which are pretty far out. There's a theory that the aliens are demonic entities from another dimension that are the watchers that the Bible and Book of Enoch talk about. Oh, hello, Colorado. Morning. Another theory about the aliens is that they are from another dimension and not from the dimension that we are from. So like say that there's a Einstein-Rosen theory that there's some other universe that they're coming from. They're coming over here, like from another realm. Another one is that something that I came up with recently is that the aliens are from another planet or a mothership or a different universe or a dimension, and they're projecting their consciousness into these gray aliens, and they die or their ships crash, but they're not really dying or crashing. They're just projecting their consciousness into more different things. And so there's that. Another one is that the aliens are time travelers from 46 to 56,000 years from now. And when the humans go into space, their eyes are more gray and their skin is more gray and their eyes get much bigger. And that is what we are told, right? So that the humans go into space at some point in the past. Well, see, yeah, a girl must have told 19 to shut up when he asked her out. So he was just reiterating what he was told by someone else. So he wasn't really referring to us. He was referring to us, but he heard it from when he got rejected. So we'll continue now with our conversation. Now look at Claude. He is now watching us. All right. So what happened with the theory about the time travelers is that humans get gray skin, their eyes get. Oh, okay, Rebecca. It's all good. Thank you for being around. Yeah, Drew. Yeah, that they're from thousands of years from now, and they come through our realm to here. Yeah. Another theory is that my original theory was that they were aliens from Zeta Reticuli. They really are aliens from another planet, and they're in cahoots with the forces of darkness. Okay, Brig. Thank you for hanging out with us and modding the chat. Take care. And Christopher says right here, I have ambiguous question time frame of life of pets, time short, cats, dogs, and other spectrum turtles and whales. So basically, you're saying they coming from another universe and they developed the tech cross other dimensions at will, and they have the ability to travel space and time. Yet we still are here. Yes. Hello, Barella. So yeah, Chris, that is a theory that I believe is true, but they still could be aliens from another dimension. Howdy, Falcon. Welcome. What are the white specks? It may be something on the camera. Or, it might be grains in the camera. I'm not too sure. And Drew said, "Yeah, I love having a talk. People think I'm crazy for believing in aliens. Like, bro, believing in ghosts and calling me crazy. Yeah, I know. Well, Drew, you're in the right place because the crazy ones can feel comfortable here. Proverbs, a peace be with you, by the way. I agree with you, Proverbs. There's something in Antarctica. There's aliens or a secret civilization or both there. There's another theory, chat, that there's a hollow earth theory, that there's a civilization under the earth, too. Yeah, and Drew, when I was in like third, fourth grade, I was always interested in aliens, but my friend in like third or fourth grade, he was very into aliens and he got me more into it, and he would go talk everywhere about it, and people thought he was crazy, but uh, over time, all the stuff he said came out as true, though. So, you know, I continued what he started. Orange, that's very poetic. I agree with you. The bottom of the ocean, there are something called USOs. So the bottom of the ocean, there are aliens that are coming from under the sea, and they're coming out of the water and going into the water. So they're landing on some sort of a base. So I do believe that there are USO bases underwater, definitely. Very good point, Orange. Yeah. And Chris says, with all the tech and malicious intentions, why do you think we still around and they haven't made their move to overthrow us from the chain of food? They allegedly evil and had tech to do it. Chris, that's a very good question. So what they wanted to do was they wanted to turn people away from their plan has not been fully implemented yet. Think of the aliens as a Trojan horse. Okay. Richard, this is Claude, not Chester. And Chester's inside, as you already know. And you have a good day, dude. And you too, Chad. Hope you all have guys a good one. But I got to go get the day started. Okay, Drew. Thank you for hanging out with us, and look forward to seeing you in the future. All right, have a great day. Take care. Okay, so Chris, they are from so they're evil. A lot of times they would adopt people, and people had traumatic experiences from them. And there's a theory about, I'll tell you this right off the bat, I learned a couple of days ago, Chris, is that there's a crop circle that was found that was written in binary. It had a gray alien and it had a couple of, like a circle around it. And well, maybe they already did, Chris. Maybe they're doing it through people. And I'll get to the point of the meat and potatoes about it. But the reason is that they want to. You know the Twilight Zone episode, right? The Serve Man, right? And the aliens came here to give us technology and make world peace. And but we are and say they give us technology, right? But we're gonna be completely reliant on them, and they could do whatever they want. Just like say, you know, when someone takes over a country, they're reliant on the host nation, right? I mean, that is what happens. So it's a tactic to try to deceive us. And there's people that have had UFO experiences that were very traumatic. Now they might just be neutral scientists that are just doing experiments on us, but it's something that people didn't like. Now there's another theory that they want to turn people away from God. So allegedly for thousands of years they came as gods themselves to take people away from the true God that created everything. That's a theory about that, right? Like think of Baal, right? Or these different entities that existed throughout time. And it doesn't mean people that believed in them were bad. It doesn't mean every single pagan religion believed in those entities, but they were there and they were trying to cause a deception, right? And then Jesus comes. People believe different things about Jesus. Some people think he's a prophet, some people think he's God in human form. When Jesus came and Christianity happened, this really turned the world upside down from what the original world was. So they came up with a different strategy of being as aliens. So that is what they did. They so what the theory and Chris, I'm going to get to your question about how are they still doing it now? And when there's going to be a time in the future where there's will be an antichrist that will rise, right? You know about like Epstein and the global elites that exist, and they believe in the Baal, the devil. The antichrist will rise, and people will be deceived it's the Messiah, and there will be these entities. Some will be these things that the three unclean spirits. And the three unclean spirits look like rays, they look like frogs. So these entities are going to come in the end times and try to convince people that there is no God or gods either, and that it was they created everything, and there's going to be this antichrist too that's going to turn people away from God, and they're going to actively try to turn people away from the truth, or the aliens are going to do a harvesting of us and destroy our complete civilization. I'll tell you how the aliens are already doing it now. Think of the media, right? Think of all the evil things you see in the world. They're governed by entities. How we talk about demons influencing people. So the ideologies and the occultic practices of the aliens that they wanted humans to follow, the humans follow it themselves and do it to other people. So the aliens don't even have to do any dirty work. They have human followers that do the evil bidding. So what I mean by this is, in my opinion, is that say Aleister Crowley, he was an occultist that was responsible for many of the evil things we see today in the occult stuff. And Aleister Crowley summoned an entity that was similar to a gray alien. So they are, and think of the lizard aliens, right? They're like the fallen Seraphium, the fallen angels, the fallen watchers, and their philosophies and ideologies and evil influence humans. So that is how they do it. Through Yeah, that's greed outside the world is. And they wanted humans to follow this dark path. So that you don't even see the aliens, but the humans that are allowed these aliens ideas or influences to happen, that's what they did. And there's people that are in the government, deep in the government, that believe in like Satanism and believe that these things are real, right? So they go and cause a deception. Okay? So that is how it works. They're spiritually influenced people to go down a bad path. Same thing with the reptilians. And they feed off human suffering. All the wars that happen, all the bad things that occur, they absorb energy from it. So that is an explanation about the spiritual aspect of it. All right. And let's say the aliens are planning something. They're going to be aliens will pretend to be our friends, and then the aliens come into our realm, and when they take over, hypothetically, if they do, if it ever happens, they're going to really just it'll be a horse, and when they take over, they're going to do something not good. Or another possibility is that the aliens are good. Hypothetically, there's good aliens, and they want to give us technology that would make our world a better place. So this is another theory that aliens are good, and the elites and the evil aliens and stuff like that don't want us to know about the technology that they have because it'll completely turn the world upside down. You know, humans will see that the aliens have this technology where we will never have to have energy issues again, or gas or oil, right? And when this happens, you're going to have a situation occur where the economy will completely collapse, oil and gas, electricity, and probably water too. So the elites that are running the world, the companies, etc., don't want this alien technology to be known because it'll make our world more self-sufficient. And so there's another theory: is the aliens are not bad, but they're good. And some aliens are just scientists that want to do an experiment, and other aliens are bad, just like there's bad people. Think about there's good people and bad people. So that was the umbrella of all the alien theories, that they're either fallen angels, they're evil, or they are good and they want to help us. And the humans just don't want us to know about it. So that is a whole abundance of different theories. All right, let's go back here. So Proverbs says, we are probably so far behind that they don't even need to conquer us. They zip right by us and at night and barely spot them in the atmosphere and get to catch them. Chris says, I recently watched a movie about where they already infiltrated the high ranks positions and terraform Earth because their species slowly are changing air. Right. Exactly. And Drew says, one more theory. The aliens took monkeys and added DNA and made them intelligent and missing link. And they made us to be slave race, mine gold, precious metals. That's what the Anunnaki did, right? And Drew says, so because they're boosted our intelligence through DNA and worship as God because they said they created us, this is where our obsession with gold comes from. There are many antichrists that mirror the self-centered inversion God's image, right? The Demerge, let's see. Thank you, Falcon. You are your own father, thus you are the son, and mine thinks your heart cold there makes strange God. Okay, so it is subjective until the assaulted time food chain. Okay. The good being from that dimension are probably prohibited from interfering in human world. Adine, I have heard about that, and I've heard that the people from our dimension, like the good ones, aren't able to interact with us, or they're not allowed to. I've heard that in my book as well. Yeah. Exactly, Proverbs, because there's technology there and information there they don't want anybody knowing about because they want to hide it from everybody because it would certainly make this world better for us to be in. Uh, Barella, Barella. I definitely think that is a very good analogy to have because they might just be neutral. They might just be experimenting. They might just think that, oh, look at these specimens on this planet. That's possible too. You know, think about there's no alien invasion happening. Maybe they just are what they are. Right. Yes, Adine, our books are very similar. Yes, absolutely. And Chris says it's all about breaking the rules and greater good, and they're probably Galactic Federation. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it was a Galactic Federation. Now, the time of The interesting um, sunrise. Oh, the sun's not up yet, but there's an interesting. Uh, the sky is changing. I like to always document this. All right, our sky is changing. The daytime is coming. Potentially for interfering with others, developed civilizations must be harsh. Yes, reptilians I think are demonic for sure. Full moon tomorrow. Okay, thank you, Sonny. Oh, the flower moon. I think the reptilians are likely, if they're aliens from another planet, they're from the Draconic star system, and or if they're demons, they're demons from another realm that were fallen watchers, and they're a Surfium, right? They're kind of reptilian type beings, and they fell from grace, or they're aliens that are wicked, and they seem like they consume blood of humans, and they feed off of the negative things that happen in our world, and they channel it through people that do bad things. Like, say someone does an evil action or an evil attack, these lizard aliens absorb the energy from it. So they have humans do their dirty work for them. The kingdom is now not in your mind, but in the hearts of those who love him. Amen. Scared. Oh, cold country free from reptilian. Adine, that's a good question. I would say that the cold countries would not be completely free from them be, because the lizard aliens definitely have their heaters on inside their capsules. But if the lizard aliens were to be, if their spaceships were able to be turned off, then perhaps the connection with the reptilians would be limited. Perhaps. Scared. That is true. They are cold blooded. Yeah, love is a good medicine. Love completely disables the evil ones. That's true. Hey, and it's so fascinating about, like, yes, all the birds are coming out, and that is pretty cool. Okay, and very interesting. Let's see. Yes, I saw it. I did a long time ago. Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, that's a good movie, Falcon. Chris says so. In order for the in the '80s, Ideen, I don't think I saw the one from the '80s. I saw a newer one. Chris says, so, but I know what it's about, though. I know what it's about. It's about something with UFOs, I think. And Chris says, so in order to develop, probably needs some alien civilization help. The tech, or do we need millions of years of evolution wars to find out what we're capable of uniting forces all humanity? And that is the question of the hour, because is it the aliens just us from the future? Or is it them, the alien civilizations, their technology helping different civilizations advance? Because one perspective is that you had humans that were in caves and cavemen, but then all of a sudden they were building pyramids. And then after World War II, we had all this technology to make what we have now with these, you know, these phones and stuff. So we have that possibility that some aliens came from a long time ago and helped humans throughout time. And I mean, there's a theory about the Watchers, right? And that the Watchers were these entities that gave humans technology and taught them about math and sciences and astronomy and astrology. So it literally says that. It literally says that they were given this information by them. Yeah, cat aliens are a thing. Yes. And I feel some are us because remember, not all aliens are the same DNA. Yeah, some could be us. Yes. Oh, I think all the theories are true. I think that they're time travelers. I think that there are aliens in from the Zeta Reticuli. I believe that there are interdimensional beings that are demonic, and some that are not demonic. I believe some aliens are good. I think it's all true, but we don't know who is who. That's the thing. We don't know which one is which. Exactly. The Greys resemble humans, but the Greys resemble humans, but not the other ones. Adine, exactly. And when Noah was around back in his time, the Book of Enoch, who's was a prophet. Uh, he now, unfortunately, the Book of Enoch was taken out of the Bible, and they took a bunch of things out of the Bible, which was silly. But when you have the entire Bible compiled together, it shows you things that it answers questions that people have questions about now. So, in Enoch documented what it was like in that time, like before Noah, and Noah was experiencing the same thing that Enoch was experiencing, and Enoch was his ancestor, his like grandfather or something. And what happened was they were advanced, I think we talked about this. I think I told you this before, but they're advanced and they had like Lord of the Rings type a world where there was these orcs and these cyclopses and these giants and things that were created, and there were abominations and there were people that were acting evil and wicked, and then God needed to cleanse the earth to make it great again, or give humans a second chance through Noah. Now, there's theories that Noah or his daughters had some DNA from the Nephilim, and that's why they were still able to create. Or what happened was that God allowed them to be. Some of them came later and recreated them. All right, and Proverbs says, "Oh, hello, Cherbro. Good to see you." Proverbs said, "I saw a video where a lady said she was abducted and her eggs taken out, and she saw hybrids." Yeah, I saw that too. Yeah, it's similar to the Watchers making hybrid offspring. So what we call aliens. Yes, he was Adine. Correct. Yes, and they a lot of people don't know about him because the different churches had politics and they wanted to make sure that it fit in with their version of Christianity. So the different Christian groups over time took out the different books, but the Ethiopian Orthodox Bible would have every single book in there. Okay, so but yes, the book of Enoch really talks about things in more detail about because in Genesis it talks about the Watchers creating the hybrids and an Nephilim, but then Enoch goes in great detail because you have to have the whole thing in its entirety to understand it completely. Because you know you're not supposed to take things out of it, but they did. So, but yeah, I like Enoch. I think it tells us a lot of groundbreaking information. And the government officials just opportunistic scumbags who are willing to sell Earth for a position of the pyramid and New World Order. Yeah, exactly. They want to sell us out for New World Order. Yeah. And sure, we do. Our government is evil and do evil things. I agree. Yes, Chris, absolutely. Yes, no, definitely continue your research. Now, it's going to be very cloudy, but there is some sun. I mean, there is some clear skies and clouds at the same time. All right. Have a wonderful night, sure, bro. It's called weeding out the garden right now. WM. There's also a theory that the aliens were influencing humans, encouraging humans to be like that, possibly. But I hear you. That is a good analogy because humans are quite wicked. Oh, chat, look at this. Chat, look at this. These are some flowers that are growing from a root that's in the ground. That's one of the plants that I have. Fascinating. Wow. Oh, they spread all the way over here. It's pretty cool. Okay. Let's see. Well, there's see more of these things sprouting here somewhere. All over this place, you're gonna have more of them sprouting. Moving some of the stuff that doesn't need to be here because it's going to try to block the rest of the plants should I come up. So, that there. Okay. Let's see. Everything else should be able to come up peacefully. Oh, oh. Okay. We got some more right here. More flour. I stepped on it, but it's going to be okay. Well, I certainly need to not walk here anymore because all of them are coming up. That's good. Yeah, I'm finding proof of aliens. Yep. I found proof you exist. Right. Right there. That's a tomato. Right there. That's a tomato. That's another tomato right there. Very cool. All right, Chris says, Grace, I am a UFO channel, but I'm eclectic. I do all kinds of different things, not just aliens. All opinions are welcome, of course. We want to just find out what the truth is. Okay, this is okra. It's coming out very nice. Right, laws aren't constant. They probe. They can bend by energy and dark matter. In the Kardashev scale, we are not even in type 1 level civilization. I'm joked out. I have heard about that scale, and I'm not completely familiar with it, but I know about what it is. Now, you want to give like a brief explanation about it? Because I know what it is. I do want like a brief explanation for everybody else to know too, and to refresh your memory a little bit. But I know what it is. I studied about that before. Chat, that's just naturally put like that. That looks like an A-frame, but it just naturally just fell like that. Okay. Looks like the jungles of Nam, right there. I could have just titled this Vietnam stream. Falcon, thank you for your take on that. I appreciate it. Yep, it is. I agree. There's a dog going to be able to start barking. It's nice. Okay. It's getting brighter. It could be both. WM. Imagine other civilizations that can harvest all energy and sources of planet wherever reason. 2 level is harvesting of the energy from the solar system. 3 levels of the galaxy and beyond. Thank you. Okay, imagine the other civilizations that can harvest all energy and sources, planets from whatever reason. Level 2, harvesting all the energy from the solar system. 3, harvesting beyond. Yes, okay, I remember now. Memories refreshed. Zero sent me information about this. He helps the spaceship run, by the way, in the background. And yeah, there's a time period in the future where they're going to get like the Dyson thing and they're going to put it around the sun. And when they put it around the sun, they will have. Oh, okay, Grace. Well, it's an honor to have you here. So that is the thing, right? So you have these Dyson discs that they could put around the sun, maybe in 100 years or 1,000 years from now or so, and they'll be able to harvest all the sun's energy and bring it all to Earth. So that is something I think is quite fascinating, and we are able to. And then there's other civilizations that are so much more advanced, and that is like what he talked about. Imagine the civilizations that can harvest all the energy and resources of the planet for whatever reason, or the sun. And the level 2 is harvesting all the energy from the solar systems. Like there's solar system energy from other galaxies that we could compile into our planet. And 3 level from galaxies and beyond. Now, there's a theory that the aliens and their alien technology is able to do something like this and put humans thousands of years ahead. Just as they helped build Egypt, they helped us in other ways in the past, and now they have. Oh, thank you, Grace. Now they have another way of making it better for humans to have free energy. Even Nikola Tesla, which is a really brilliant scientist, he came up with an idea about using the Tesla coil for wireless electricity. But now we use it as Wi-Fi and cellular towers, but originally it was for electricity. But his idea never took root because people want to be greedy with energy and electricity and oil and gas, right? So if they found out another form of electricity from these aliens, right? And these aliens can help us with anti gravity technology, then humans all over the world could have free energy. We could have maybe it'd help our planet become a better place. It would really improve a lot of things on Earth. So that is the thing. That is the whole elephant in the room. And the people that are in charge of the corporations and the uh, energy, oil, gas, they don't want this energy being released, so they have to go censor and delete scientists everywhere. These like 15 or so plus scientists, China and America, that have been deleted. Okay, now there's a theory they're being used for a separate project, maybe, but maybe they're being silenced for what they know. So that is the whole thing with the aliens. They have a technology that people would not. It would completely turn the economy upside down. So it's alleged, okay, alleged, right? And that is the elephant in the room about it. Now, the sunrise might be a little bit different this time because it's cloudy, but we're going to show you some more things. Okay, so energy is in abundance. The prob is tech is unable to harness 100% of it. Exactly. That's why if the aliens had this advanced technology, we would be able to completely expand from everywhere. It would be make a global world a better place. If the power got into the wrong hands, like their hands, it wouldn't be good. So they don't want humans knowing about it. All right, these are a bunch of purple flowers that randomly grow. These are just wild. Their roots look kind of like onions, by the way. But it's not onions, but it looks kind of similar to them. Enslaved for comfort. Brilliant Falcon. Yes. Not just only solar panels talking about beyond straight the sun and giant panel solar systems for harvesting. Yes, Chris. Thank you for saying that in layman's terms because I said it a moment ago, but a more complicated way of that. So yes, in layman's terms, using solar panels from other galaxies to harness their energy for our Earth. Right. Well said. And Adine, that is an excellent theory there because there's a theory that the aliens themselves I saw that are withholding the information about what to do with the technology because humans are into too many wars. I mean, imagine if the technology, alien technology, was given to countries right now. If you thought the wars going on right now are bad, there'd be a billion times worse. So yes, there's theories the aliens want humans to have more world peace before they had the technology. So a good criticism about it is if humans had the technology, they would use it for evil. So are they trying to protect us, or are they trying to is that could be a factor too? I mean, it could be a couple both things at once. So that's a good theory, a good thing to point out right there. Yeah. Oh yeah, Chris, definitely. Because if it was bad already, it would be even worse. So yeah, I think corporations are trying to hide it because they don't want their businesses being challenged, and that maybe if we had the technology, it would make our world much more twisted. See, look, that's the sun. About the sun's getting closer. Scared. Imagine guns, firearms, where things we eventually will look for instruments to beat each other with or something weren't a thing. Oh yeah, yeah, a very good point. Exactly, Adine. I think that it is very true that free will it was a good thing because humans had the choice to either do something very good or something very bad because it's a risk. But when you can do free will, you can have a chance to do something even better than before. Because if humans could just do whatever, who were just good by default, they couldn't really be good in reality. It was just. But now we have the option to be better than ever before or worse. Oh, hello, Buck Boy. All right, good to see you. Life is beautiful, but humans greed can be malicious. I agree. Yeah, primal tools. Those aliens have free will too. Why weren't they corrupted like us? That's a good question. I think that I think actually there are aliens that were corrupted as well. I think there are good and bad ones. And the aliens with their civilization, they either may have I'll be hypothetical with you, Eddie. Maybe they chose their free will to not fall like we did, or there we are just encountering good ones and there's good ones and bad ones. That's another possibility. Or they're deceiving us and trying to look like our friends and they're not. That was a mouthful, but those are the hypotheticals about why that is. Maybe not every single civilization fell like we did because we chose to fall away. Others may have not have chosen to fall away. The green energy thing does not work, and he's in Australia, and we pay 11.70 for fuel, and we all are starting to starve, pay for bills. Oh yeah, it's very messed up what's going on over there with the inflation. Yeah, I feel for y'all. A lot of people in this channel are from Australia, New Zealand, so definitely feel for y'all over there struggling. And yeah, all the above, Buck. Unless they're unless you're enlightened, there is no free will because you are a slave to your brain. All those different states outside of events. Some people are like that. It depends on the person, but that definitely are people like that. All right, Michelle says uh, we need to go full nuclear. It's almost the cleanest energy solution. And noise. Fallout 4 noise energy solution. Yeah, you know, whatever is the cleanest energy solution we should do. I don't really know enough about which ones are more cleaner than others, but that is definitely a good idea right there. If it is the best, some people think it's bad, but I don't know. If it doesn't like pollute us and cause us more problems, then I guess it's good. How how is this works? Is good people turn bad because of bad people? How the cycle of violence work? Everyone had the right to defend their integrity at what cost? Okay, you gotta remember this, Chris. Everybody believes they're right. Everybody believes they're doing the right thing. And remember, the worst things are done with the best intentions. Some people are greedy and want revenge. Some people are just out for themselves. Some people are out for self preservation. And humans are like different colors of a rainbow, where they all just came up with their own opinions and interpretations. And just that's the thing is that everyone thinks they're doing the right thing. Every single belief, political philosophy, every single one of them thinks they're doing the right thing. Even Satanists, and other people are just serving their selfish interests. That some people just don't think it even matters, and they can just do whatever they want. So some people are just like animals. Like they just think that nothing is real and they have to do whatever they want. So and there are people that are evil out there too, that just want to do wicked things to people. So they only care about their own selfish interests and desires. So and some people have compulsions where they just can't control it, and they just let it control them. But they can control it if they want to, but it's harder, and they just give into it. Exactly, Falcon. Right. They want people to be dependent on the system. Very deep dive. Right. Like if you ask the all the people throughout history, every good and bad person believed that they were doing the right thing. Everybody. You know, that's why I think we're all flawed and we don't all get it right. None of us do. That's why it's good if we could find common ground with each other besides our differences, because that's part of the fallen world we're in that Adam and Eve gave to us, according to the Abrahamic religions would think. Other beliefs might think something different, but that Adam and Eve corrupted the earth with what they did. Right. Yeah, it's like a matrix. Yeah. Hello, Super. 250 years ago, French philosopher Voltaire said, "Those who can make you believe absurdities can make you commit atrocities. Look around, happening because of people believe absurdities." Very well said, Super. Very well said. We just have freedom of speech in Australia. They lost freedom of speech in Australia now. I think that's a good thing. It's like cops talking over here and something evil over there, Pat. Yes, and Adine said those greedy people fail to see that we came to this world with nothing and we'll leave this world with nothing. Amen. I do agree with you because, all we take is what we did for other people, good or bad. And because God can see what we do, if it's the size of a mustard seed or if it's a tiny little atom, God saw everything. And we can't take anything with us when we leave this except what we did for others. And by his grace and will, we are saved. But if people believe in God or not, we could all agree that when we die, we can't take it with us. It goes for everybody, religious or not religious. Everybody had a, you know, rich or poor, we all go to the ground and go somewhere else, I think. Y'all need to talk about the Bible literal. It was written in code by using stories, metaphors, and parables. You are not a drop of water in the ocean. You are the entire ocean drop. The kingdom of heaven is within you. Jesus, those are the only quotes you need to understand. And because Jesus abolished the system of like uh, the old covenant, right? He didn't abolish it, he fulfilled it. That's really what he did. But yes, I do believe there's a lot of metaphorical things in there, and I believe the kingdom of God is within humans. Yes, absolutely. Something evil is taking over the world, unfortunately, and I think they are maybe stuck in soul trap, and some evil force is feeding off. Yeah, that's why I think about the Nephilim, the lizard aliens, and those demons that are draining the energy from us. Right? They know not what they do. When I had awakened experience and gained awareness, I was filled with so much compassion because I realized people literally know not what they do. Oh, I know. Yin and yang, good, evil. There are delusionism having to do with the relationship between events are not inherent, people, places, and things, not good, evil, or evil. Yeah, that's another way to look at it too. And I believe there's no light without dark. I believe another thing is that without bad things, there could be no good things, and that the bad things God allowed made something good. Because I mean, me being on the channel, going back on YouTube, came from hardships that happened, and look at me now. I'm with all of you. So everything that happened to me made sense later. So I think that it'll make sense for all of you and everybody else, in time. But yeah, there's no light without dark. I believe that as well. Well, that's a nice sunrise. Let's see. I just realized something. This couple of days, I thought all evil characters will eventually get what they deserve, but order evil to prosper, it only takes good men to do nothing. Yeah, evil rises when good men do nothing. Right. That's a nice sunrise for everybody. We are like waves in the ocean. When a wave collapses, it's because the whole ocean Again, I believe that's what happens when we die. Interesting. Very interesting theory. We're temporary expressions of whatever ultimate reality is. You see, that's a very humble tat, very humble. You know, we have to, the world and the universe is so much greater and grander than what we are in a small sense, right? And that we are just waves in the ocean. It's a very humbling thing to view it in that way. Super. That you are right. I mean, there's people that were uh, hurt and destroyed by Epstein, and no one's getting arrested. All those people are still around. Yeah, and everybody just seems to get away with it. I believe that there's an afterlife, though. They'll have their day. I believe in karma too. But yeah, it's very evil that those, or I'd say negative in evil, that there's so many people that were in and victims of that. They do nothing. If it was a regular person, they would have went after or went after everybody already. But no, no, these people with money and power are able to just do whatever they want. And Epstein people are still free. And the Epstein files, I did videos about them and I looked into them. And Epstein, it's just there's so many redactions in there of people that did things that they're redacted. So it's really a middle finger in a way. I know there's cases that they have to do. They're not going to say everything, but man, it's really messed up about the redacted people that need to be exposed. The rich get justice, the poor go to prison. Yeah, exactly. What about the soul trap? It depends. I mean, you could have a soul that's trapped, but it's only trapped because by their own fleshy desires that they let take over. There is either a pyramid or a round table, right? You're right. Karma is real. They know that, and that's why they project all their evil they do. Is because you see and they do nothing. They think they give you permission. Right. Oh, the Gnosticism is very, very out of this world, definitely. Oh, absolutely, Adine. They are definitely doing that and drinking blood of children, yeah. Because of the adrenochrome. And the adrenochrome is something that you know, an adrenaline thing that the elites took energy from because that's what the lizards do too, because they're connected with them. Yeah, very sick what they did. Yeah, the glass ceiling. Yeah. But there's a theory that we're in a dome, right? And the dome is like the Matrix dome from the uh, Hunger Games, something like that. Right. Exactly, super. If we know and do nothing, they think it's permission. If you do nothing, no one does anything. They think they have the go ahead to do what they want to do. Right. Thank you, Sawgirl, for being with us. And a very beautiful sunrise indeed. Right. Tat said the Gnostics were real spiritual people. That's why they were persecuted and deleted for knowledge that they spread. That's why the Gospel of Thomas was not in the Bible. Oh, the Gospel of Thomas should have been put in the Bible, but it wasn't. And, it talks about Jesus uh, speaking as an infant, and the mother, Mary, gave birth by a palm tree, and it kind of even resembles the cross too, the palm tree, in a way. So yeah, there's things that everything should just been put in the Bible, or at least taken into consideration. But you got people in the church that wanted to do politics, and they wanted to, have to go with their narrative, and so they took a bunch of things out of the Bible. So there you go, and then they, you know, twisted everything around. So the Bible's still great, but it's missing some things. That the the Bibles we have now are missing some things. So, but the Ethiopian Orthodox Bible has all the books in there. So yeah, and the adrenochrome is loaded with DMT produced the brain on death. It's produced in birth and death large qualities brain to the brain, and they are using that for manifestation purposes. Yeah, very true. Unfortunately, the matrix is the mind. The Demerge is the mind believing that it's God. Yeah, and they enjoy refreshing themselves as gods, don't they? Yeah. Oh no, because that's the thing about these people in these occultic evil organizations. They they think that they are doing themselves a they're gods themselves. That's all about what these satanic people believe in is that they are their own god, and they don't have to worship a god because they are the god. Right. Flying spaghetti monster is my lord and savior. Well, the flying spaghetti monster. So, how exactly does he save you? And do you know anyone that was martyred or got deleted for the flying spaghetti monster? Like, do you know people would you get your head decapitated for a flying spaghetti monster? The reason why I ask this is because if to know if a religion is true or not is if people were willing to die for it. So, if we have any martyrs of the flying spaghetti monster, would you risk it all for a flying spaghetti monster? That's how you would know for sure if it was something made up or not. For instance, many of the disciples of Jesus were brutally murdered because they believed in what he said. Other religions, too, have also were going to lay down their lives for their religion. So if it was fake, why would people risk everything for a practical joke they made up? So if you're willing to give it all up for the flying spaghetti monster, would you or would you not? See? That's how you, because I understand there's an invisible person in the sky, right? But if people are willing to die for it so passionately, maybe there's more to it than what we think. It's a book of fairy tales. I hear you're saying, and that's understood. That's understood. But the thing is, why would people die for it though? Why would people be beheaded for it? And like the his disciples are beheaded. There's oh hello double welcome back from work. There's all these different religions all over the world that were going to lay down their lives to faith. So why would people die for a practical joke? And do you really think all of this that we see right here came into existence by accident, by random chance? What you're saying is extremely stupid, but you're not that stupid, I don't think. Look at all this. Something, it just came in existence by random chance. Look at all this. It is a random chance by accident. I don't think people are that stupid. So until I see people martyred for the flying spaghetti monster, then I'll know for certain if it really was real. Like if someone said, if you're going to be deleted right now, if you believe in that thing or not. And if they don't die for it, then that's when you would really know. But people all the time are martyred for believing in God and all Abrahamic religions. Jews, Muslims, and Christians have all been martyred throughout time for their beliefs. Even the pagans, even they were martyred for it. They're different pagans. No one should die for be per deleted for their faith. But that's how you know there's truth to it. I agree with you, Min, that people want to have comfort about death. And it's hard for people to accept what we don't understand. Definitely. Absolutely. Religion does provide a comfort for it. But at the same time, though, you cannot completely disprove it either. At the same time, and another argument besides what you're saying, which is a good argument, I must say, very good argument, is that all this wasn't just created by nothing. Something made it. Michelle says, All is God. God is all. We all are God, and God is full of us. We are a piece of the consciousness. I agree. Yes, religion can bring good morals and focus. And there's so much genocide that has happened throughout history from atheism. In the Soviet Union, they genocided millions of people, and so did a communist China for atheism. Atheists bully people all the time for believing religion, and they persecute religious people all the time. So oh yeah, there's lots of genocide. I don't deny religion has done so much evil things throughout time, people that were twisted by it, but atheism also has had blood in its hands too. Min says every human was born agnostic and we all became humanists. Only way we can evolve as a species. Okay, thank you for your opinion. I respect that. When I was a little kid, I believed in God. A little tiny kid, there's never a point in my life I never didn't believe in God. So I'm just an exception. Adam says, to be honest, the world needs hope and religion provides it. Oh, thank you for the super chat, Falcon. Nice, nice dono. Appreciate it. To be honest, the world is hope and religion provides hope. Oh yeah, and I will say that with religion, it did provide good things for people. That it gave people, even people that didn't believe in Christianity or any religion, it gave good moral values for people to follow. Okay, because if you don't have religion, people just become heathens, do whatever they want. You could murder people, you could do whatever you want to do. You could steal, you could do anything. My pleasure, Falcon. So that is what I think. You know, and so I think there's truth amidst a lot of these things. Every human, okay, so let's see. Tat said the Romans never wanted the problems that Jesus caused against. So if you became enlightened, talked about it, you would be deleted. Yeah. Oh, thank you for the super chat, Tat. Religion is what happens when ego took over spirit. Religion is the problem, which has nothing to do with spirituality. Thank you for your perspective, Tat. And organized religion definitely does have its flaws in it, and because when it's governed by people, people can be corrupted. So it's a good point. Yes, I popped out of the woodwork believing in God. I'm the black sheep, so to speak. And look, I respect your opinion, Min. Min, I never claim to be a victim. And I want you to explain to me what I or anyone said or Christians said about victims because I want to hear that constructive criticism for what it is. Because we don't, I think everyone should take personal accountability and the victim should not be played. Absolutely. People use religion to take power, but that wasn't religion's fault. Yes, I believe that religion was used. I mean, I remember what Karl Marx said that religion's the opium of the people. So I do believe it's possible religion can be used in a negative way as a weapon. But you could have an organization that says they believe in God, but they do all kinds of messed up things in the name of their religion. So it's a constructive criticism that must be noted. But to say all religion was bad in its origins and that all religious people are bad is an extreme, and we just can't deny all this came to existence by accident. Maybe the flying spaghetti monster did it, maybe God did it, or something else did it, but something put us here, I think. I do think religion does have some good messages in some ways. Okay, and Min said there were roughly 3,000 gods before this one. Why do you think this god is different? Min, very good question. Very good question. I think that the reason why the God of Abraham is different is because he was so his practices, the way he treated his people were different. All these different gods had not all of them necessarily, but they had sacrifices, and they wanted, especially Baal was a very evil god. He had sacrificed children to him. And this God, there's Abraham. Some I think Muslims think it was Ishmael. The Christians and Jews think it's Isaac. But one of the brothers was God saw all these people, these his fallen angels, come as gods that are humans, and they were sacrificing to them, right? And God thought this was crazy, so He asked Abraham to sacrifice his son if he loved him the way these people love their gods. And so he had him about to be sacrificed on the altar, and he sends a ram in the bush instead, so that God would provide a way out. And that is why he is different. He didn't want people to follow these things. Now, he did require sacrifice from the sheep, ox, and goats. Now, the Christian version is different from the Jewish and Islamic versions. So, the Christian version is that Jesus was the final sacrifice for the sins of humanity, and this is why he was different because this either people believe he's a prophet or people believe he's God in human form would lay his life down for his people. All the other ones want to be sacrificed to, and the say the Islamic people believe in him is different because he was able to. He wanted one God only and not 3,000 gods. It's just one God that created everything. It makes things much more easier and simplistic than a thousand other gods, like what the Muslims believe, right? The Jews, the original people that religion came from, this God say it was one God, not a thousand gods, and he saved them and delivered them from all kinds of persecution, and he would deliver them and have mercy and love upon them forever. So that's all the different Abrahamic religions have different interpretations. Yes, Ishmael is Islam. Yes, Ishmael was the where Muslims come from. Correct. And Isaac is where the Jews and somewhat Christians are from too. So that is three different Abrahamic religions from their different perspectives. Now, I think that God is different because he he was just so much more compassionate and kind to the other people, and he was able to do all these things that others couldn't do. When Christianity came all over the world, when that happened, everywhere it spread, and all these gods from these other religions weren't able to fight him, and Christianity spread all over the world, and also the Abrahamic religions as well spread over the world too. All of them did, and all these pagan gods, they weren't seen able to defeat him. So the God of Abraham seems like the most powerful one and the most compassionate, loving one. And look, there are differences between Christianity and Islam and Judaism. And this is not a debate about which religion is right, but just to tell you why the Abrahamic religions, why we believe in the God of Abraham over the other ones. All right. So that is why he's different. And he has so much compassion, and he was able to defeat them. The other gods weren't able to defeat Jesus or God of Abraham, however people want to call it. Jesus is a metaphor for the truth, sacrifice, truth, ask, exodus, eternal life, real, have you take the compass and come past to eternal life, exodus. Yes, Grace, I agree. Amen. That's saying the ones who wrote the Bible knew anything about reality. It did misinterpret God's will, right? And Jesus is Lord, amen. Michelle says, wait, would God send innocent man to die? Why would he ignore personal accountability? Okay, so Adam, the reason in that belief, the Christian interpretation, is that it was a choice that God made to take the sins upon the world upon himself instead of humans suffering for their own sins. According to the Christian theory, you may not believe it, that's okay. But why would he have an innocent animal sacrifice? Because lambs and sheep and goats were sacrificed too. And the reason why God had a sacrifice because the penalty of sin was death, and that it wasn't for free. And no good deed anybody could ever do is equal to God. So there has to be some debt no one could ever afford to pay. So that's why the belief in Christianity is that Jesus was sacrificed as a substitute for us, and that God will substitute anything we do with Jesus. Now, as I said, if you don't believe in that, you have a right to believe in something else. It's okay. If you believe that God just forgives automatically and all the good deeds you could ever do will be equal to God, that's fine. And that's okay. But that is just a Christian interpretation of it. And okay, Adam, you're entitled to your opinion. Thank you for your take on this. And everyone's entitled to their opinion here because, as I said earlier, no one's going to get it just right. We all have our own different opinions. But we can all, and may God guide us to the truth, whatever that is. If you really knew how big the picture really was, you would know that everything we're doing as humans is a game and playing none matters, and there is present moments. And so, having somewhere you to go is the hero, and now you can make heaven or hell of it, right? And Jesus would be the Democrat, and let's see. Okay, I think I'm cuffed. Why would bother him? Death is final. And okay, let's see. I'm lagging. Okay, thank you. And all right, chat. Maybe it's to the other side. Maybe it's me. And let's see. And that is what I think about the religious stuff. Sabithia says my religion teacher asked me if I would hang out with him if he went to our school, and I said probably not because he would be wearing losing white dress and weird sandals. Okay, interesting. Right, and it's all about the Exodus compass. It's the Holy Ghost and Spirit's destiny and eternal life. This is what's been stolen, hidden, sacrificed, and you repeat that cycle. Okay, thank you for your to another dimension existence. So let's see. We are back now, hopefully. All right, and let me know if I come back. All right, the moment important thing is left out of the Bible is Sophia. The divine essence beyond the Father, Sophia, in the Greek means wisdom. The Bible does refer to wisdom as she, though. Right, that is true. That is true. Right, and let's see. So, if you want to know about, so the Christians believe that God, that the sin that people commit is not the penalty for sin is death, and that people, no matter what good deeds people can do, they can never be equal to God's perfection. So there has to be some sort of way to pay the price that no human could ever pay. So Jesus was supposed to bridge the gap between humans and God. And the sacrifice, because they sacrificed lambs, they in the temple they would always do sacrifices of animals for sins. God didn't just forgive people; they had to do a sacrifice in ancient Israel. So Jesus was, according to Christianity, was the ultimate sacrifice. It's not about personal accountability, Adam. It's just, according to Christianity, people, God's perfection, no one can ever be as perfect as God. So no matter what good deeds you do, will never be equal to God's perfection. So a personal accountability must be taken. I agree. But for eternal salvation, you know, anything we do wrong is nothing, would never be able to compare with God's perfection, so he would be disqualified from God. The explanation for that. And the sun is behind the clouds right now, so that's why I'm not over there. But when the sun kind of comes back out, I'll show you all again. All right. So just, it's not about taking personal accountability or not. It's about an infinitely perfect God compared to humans that are flawed. That is the theory. You don't have to believe in that if you don't want to. If you think it's wrong, then don't believe in it. But that's what they believe, which I believe too. I think so, Buck. I think so. All right. That's a nice scene. Oh, Adam, and also Jesus said that the Father is greater than him, And another thing that you all like to bring up is that God praying to God. So it's a good argument to make. It's just in the Old Testament, it talked about God having a son a couple of times, but it's not like a biological son in the way you're thinking about, where God had women or he had a son. No, it's just God is very complex, more complicated than what we imagine him as. So think about something from another universe, another realm, right? And it just has some different logics than what we are. So the thing about like a marriage, how two people can be in a marriage but they're not equal. The husband is in charge usually, and the wife is listens to the husband. But to give you another analogy, is think of it as three computer screens with one computer. All right, so it's one God on one computer, but there's three different screens. But it's not three different computers with three different screens. So the Jesus had to do whatever the Father wanted because he was not governed by his own will. So it's basically like spreading your consciousness into three different people. And the fact about it's so difficult for us to understand means that there's truth to it, because no human's going to make up that God is three people in one and all. It sounds nonsense, because it's easier for people to make up that there's one God sitting on a cloud somewhere, right? A human can make that up. But this other concept is very uh, abstract, that no human's going to sit there and convince everybody that there's this three different people in one. It's not said, not three different gods, with a person with three people in one, right? So it is a concept that is very abstract. That if you don't want to believe in it, that's fine. And if you think it's wrong, then don't believe in it. But that's to explain to you what it means, right? Like there's an atom. They did experience with okay, an atom. There is actually an experiment they did with atoms. Okay, and you have an atom in Los Angeles and an atom over in Japan. One atom moves, the other one has to move with it. So there's two different atoms, but they're from one consciousness. So yeah, there's a concept of they're from one consciousness, but they're two different atoms. And I think about how you know, the situation where Jesus created a bird out of clay in the Quran, right? And then God created humans out of clay, if from Adam and Eve, right? And you have Jesus, the Spirit of God and the Word of God, that it also says there too. But as I said, if you think it's a not the right interpretation, you believe what you think is best. And there was this concept that I think that in Islam they believe the Quran itself has a special, like a spiritual ability to it in itself, separate from God. And like whenever you all recite different things, God remembers everything that was recited in it. So I think the different religions have similar concepts, in my opinion, but that is basically explain to you what the Christians believe exactly, for you to understand what we think. Right. And to reiterate myself, people think they don't believe in something, they think it's wrong, then that's okay. They don't have to believe in it. All right, the sun is still hiding behind a cloud right now. Yes, Adam. Yes, that's what I've saw too. So thank you for explaining that. Yeah, the connector, right? And there's certainly interesting. The Gospel of Thomas is in there, and it was in the Bible. So there are some Gnostic Christian texts in there. It does have poetry in it too about God, which is interesting. And they talk about giants, a civilization of giants that got really boastful, and they built a lot of structures in Saudi Arabia, and they got arrogant, and then God struck them down. And then there was an incident. This civilization went somewhere else, and there was a she camel, and they deleted the she camel, and then God brought wrath upon them. So it's a metaphorically about people not listening to God, or listening to their own arrogance, like of now, the way the world is now. They're arrogant, their technology and all. They think they don't need God. Same thing again. So people that even in the Quran itself, like you'll have different parables in there, similar to Christianity and Judaism, in some ways have a similar message. Although there's differences between them, and there's also wars between all of them. So uh, I think that even in like the Buddhists and Confucius, people that believe in those religions have different philosophies as well. that are very similar. Okay, Tabitha, I am I am not a gray alien. I'm an alien from Planet 10. The weirdest thing about Abraham religion is that incest part. How can Adam and Eve started humanity without any genetic problems? Did God allow incest at some part? Adam, I don't know all things because but I will tell you what I think. Okay, so I think that in the beginning, humans were very different back then, and they were more in a purer state than they are now. So the incest wouldn't have affected them. And then over time, as the incest occurred, and the humans were getting more and more corrupted by sin, then everything got all mixed up and messed up. So that is what I think about that. So the effects of sin were not immediate on Adam and Eve. It didn't happen just right away. It took time and the descendants, right? So God either allowed them to do it without a problem, or the genetic diversity was still there, but over time it got corrupted. Say you wear out something, right? You wear out a belt, and the belt just gets worn out and it gets destroyed, or a rope, right? So the rope got worn out at some point, and incest became a negative thing at some point. But yeah, and there could have been other humans that existed before Adam and Eve, and then Adam and Eve were something separate, and they all kind of mixed with each other and were part of different humans that existed. So those are some different theories about hypothetically why, but definitely God allowed them to do it without a problem. Right. But then later on, it became a problem over time because of various factors. At some point, God didn't need people to do that anymore. So humans were so diverse, they didn't need to do incest anymore. So he turned off the genetic ability to do that properly, in a way. Yeah. So that's what I think. The sun's back, so we're gonna try this again. All right. Shout out to all the birds. Okay, let's see. Look at that. There's the sun coming back. Okay, the weird. Okay, so yeah, Buck, and those that believe in evolution, it's possible evolution could have happened. God could have caused it to do that. Whatever happened, God allowed it to happen. And yeah, it isn't perfect, Buck. You could have random genetics that are flown around, and we live in a fallen world, so it's not going to be 100% exact. Adam, that is a very interesting hypothesis. Falcon was telling me that the Aborigines are the earliest civilization, so that's very well may be. Yeah, and so yeah, he was the original one. Then other humans branched off from him. Right. Exactly. And there's also an island in the Middle East somewhere off the coast Middle East that's very weird. They believe it's the original Garden of Eden. It has like these weird animals there and insects, and no one's ever lived there for a long time. So it's possible that that could have been Garden of Eden, which is kind of off the coast Middle East, and maybe the Aborigines where Adam and Eve came from. Yeah, good point. Adam said the Bible didn't mention about which human species Adam was, so just a theory. Yeah, it's not clear about which humans were what. It's very ambiguity about what our origins were exactly, and so we have to just based off an educated hypothesis. And some humans don't even exist anymore. Some humans went extinct. There's no more Neanderthals. So, according to my opinion, people would probably disagree with me, but yeah, the it just depends about maybe they went extinct or maybe they are still around. We don't really know for certain, but that's a good hypothesis. You see, ZYX. That's what women said ZYX when he got rejected. You need to be respectful. You know, demons manifesting. Beautiful morning that the Lord has made. This almost looks like the Garden of Eden, most likely. I've not heard of that theory, Buck. Tell me about it. I've never heard of the Fermi paradox. Well, I think they have already found us. But thank you for that theory. Very interesting. And vice versa. All right. Adam says the Fermi theory explains that a neutron transform into proton by emitting electrons and neutron. At least knowledge, unless it's about the paradox. Oh, okay. Thank you, Adam. Thank you. Falcon said he got this. Scared. The Fermi paradox highlights the contradiction between the high statistical likelihood of extraterrestrial civilization existing and total lack of evidence for them. Okay, thank you. Uh, Thank you, Falcon. Given the billions of stars and potentially habitable planets, Milky Way, many which are much older than Earth. Yeah, it's just there's so many things out there. To say there's nothing there would be silly. So, and I think there has been quite strong evidence for them. I think evidence has been concealed. Scared. Yes, that's true. The empire which the sun never sets. Yep. When his sets, mine rises. Yep. When Passion and I were watching the OJ trial, that's what we were seeing. You know. Yes, I will, Sawgirl. His brother, who is a prison, is supposed to testify on his behalf today. Oh, good lord, that'll be interesting to see. Yeah, I mean that trial is really an interesting one. It's really disturbing, but there's very interesting stuff in it. But there's a lot of people just enabling him and not really having him taking personal accountability. All right. Oh, you see Bigfoot. Well, that's good. We are all aliened out. Yes, yes, absolutely. Okay, and there's certainly the birds always at the same time will start talking. I think it's so funny. And yeah, so those are what I think about those different alien theories and stuff. Yeah, so as a sun, almost looks like a Valentine type colors to it, although it's kind of cloudy. It's still quite interesting. Let's see what we see from over here. Again, it's more cloudy right now. Yeah, it's more cloudy in this area. I had a good vegetarian sushi today, and that was good. Oh, that is excellent. When I was at the jury duty thing the other day, I had some um, Greek salad. It was very good. I love Japanese food. Yeah, it's so good and healthy to it, and I'm sure they have nice vegetarian ones for people to eat those too. So I think that is fine. It's awesome that you'll have that. Okay, and let's see during daytime. Although it's not really bright, let's see how our plants are doing. Okay, so right there. See, yeah, that's the tomato. Oh yeah, it's very delicious. Very delicious. Okay, and we got this right here. Here. Yeah, when I was little, which I still would do it now, is that the goat's cheese and goat's milk is very good. Now, because people may think it's weird, but it's actually very good. And some people may not think it's really that good, but it is very good. It may sound kind of an eccentric thing to eat, but it is has nice, delicious qualities to it. And the sun is mostly hidden behind the clouds. Okay, so yeah, I definitely believe that these aliens are real. There are things out there. And Sawgirl says, "Me too. Bigfoot is sitting on my desk. Buddha is next to BF, reminding me to be good. They're walking Spike, their pet. Pupper scene. I'm not joking. Oh, okay. Very interesting. Scared, scared. Yeah, and yeah, I definitely see what you mean. about that, uh, Sawgirl. And over this way, we have this is a type of flower plant that is going to be growing. I may have told you this some people this before, but oh yeah, hedgehogs are cute. You can have them as pets here in Australia, though. Oh, okay. Yeah, Sawgirl, thanks for letting us know that. And oh, thanks, gluten. Yeah, it's really cool to see. And to be as close as possible. Let's go here. There's the tomatoes. Those are the flowers that y'all usually see. Yeah, a good idea. All right, so Sorrel says, I was dreaming a couple hours ago that I was watering your garden and I put too much water and I flooded the home. Oh my god, it was a nightmare. Oh, scared. Well, thank you for watering the garden. If you overwatered it, it was about time I had a swim, so it was interesting to experience. But yeah, it's about the thoughts that count. The garden. Thank you for caring for it so much, even if that happened. Yes, I need to build the ark. Absolutely. Oh, Sawgirl, welcome aboard the Alien Ark. Definitely. We're glad to have you on board. Okay, see that those are some more pinkish ones. This colors blend. Yeah, the clouds are blocking the sun completely. Falcon, that very well may have been. Because it may have been a thing like that because with our technology with the technology at that time they thought it was an ark but maybe to us it would be like a spaceship of some sort. Makes sense. Definitely. All right, now I'm going to do this part. We go inside and talk about different things, but I'm not going to leave the stream. I'm just going to it's going to be dark for a second then I come back and we're going to talk about some other stuff while we're inside. I have returned. Hello there, Jeremy. Good to see you. Okay, now we are back in here. All right, I'm going to plug this in. All right, so now we're going to talk about some other paranormal things while we chilling here. Okay, we're going over here. Let's go to this. Let's see. All right, here's some Antarctica conspiracies. I love the pirate on the door. Was the bounty or an intercepted treasure? Oh yes, yes. It was from a bounty, mostly, yeah. But some of the stuff in it was from an intercepted treasure as well. Yeah. All right. Popular Antarctica conspiracy theories. The ice wall. A central tenet of the a central tenet of the flat Earth theory is that the Antarctica is not a continent but a massive ice wall that surrounds the entire Earth, holding oceans, and some believe it is guarded by the world government prevents people from seeing what lies behind. Secret Nazi base. Following World War II, yes, that's a theory about Antarctica that has to do with the firmament. Yes. Following World War II, theories emerged that Nazis established a secret underground base, often called Base 211, or Neuschwabeland, where they fled to after their defeat. Some claim that even Hitler escaped there with a U-boat. But they usually went to Argentina, but that's a part of the conspiracy theory. There's an ancient civilization and pyramids. Some point to satellite images of the triangular. The NASA, in a way, is like a good movie because NASA does a lot of smoke and mirrors, in my opinion. And a lot of the stuff that they show is yes, Falcon. I've seen that. Yeah. So I just think a lot of it's smoke and mirrors, Jeremy. Oh yeah, Falcon. It's called the Iron Cross, by the way. The it was also existed before World War II. It was their insignia. Yeah, the Iron Cross is seen on some of their craft, right? Alien bases. There are frequent claims that UFO sightings, secret alien facilities hidden beneath the ice. Famous Google Earth images once circulated that crash UFO through scientists later identified it as a natural ice avalanche. Operation High Jump, a real 1946-47 U.S. Navy mission led by Admiral Richard E. Bride, is often at the heart of these stories. Conspiracyists claim Bride's fleet encountered hostile flying saucers that kept the secret in a diary, meeting the race for the people. Let's see this. We saw cryptids. Let's see. I think the first crash was an angel ship with an explicit musical talent. Yes, very likely. It's very possible. South America's vast, dense rainforest has many of the world's unique cryptids. So we're talking about cryptids. Now I'm going to go to cryptids. Unique cryptids and the Mapin Gari, Brazil, Bolivia, often described as a giant, shaggy haired ape or sloth. It reportedly stands over 7 feet tall, possesses backward facing feet, confuse trackers, and emits a stench so foul it can knock a person unconscious. Many researchers believe it could be a surviving giant ground sloth. There's a chupacabra. While it Okay, let's see. They did have some technology when they first came. Those ship parts still worked, might still today. Yeah, and if the ancient technology they were speaking of is built really well, they certainly would be able to work all these years later too. The chupacabra, while it gained global fame in the mid 1990s, Puerto Rico sightings off its goat suckers spread rapidly throughout South America, including Chile, Argentina. It is typically described as a bipedal reptilian creature with red eyes and spikers on its back. The Sokoruji, the Gigante, and in the Amazon. Okay, the indigenous legends and explorers accounts, such as those from Piercy Fawcett, describe a megaconda reaching lengths of 50 to 150 feet, far extending a scientifically confirmed 30-foot limit for green anacondas. The the Argentina na, known as South American equivalent of the Loch Ness monster, this creature said to inhabit Lake Nahul, the Huapi or Patagonia. Descriptions often depict it as a long necked serpent or surviving plesiosaurus. The minnow, the minho, Brazil, described as a colossal armed earthworm up to 150 feet that burrows underground, potentially causing roads to collapse. Theories suggest it could be a giant lungfish or surviving glyptodont, a prehistoric armed mammal. Hello, tribal. Right, Loch Ness isn't the only one. There are many other ones. Something similar in Mongolia. Okay, okay, yeah, because I think these cryptids, allegedly or supposedly, are existing in various parts of the world, and they may have overlaps of the same type of entity or creature. Yeah. All right. There's the pincha, deathworm in Gobi Desert. Okay. Reported in the Andes, this hairy elephant left large round footprints while mountain tapir was named. It is some sightings actually referred to as an extinct elephant. The Argentina and Chile, there's the El Curero, a terrifying aquatic creature resembling the cowhide with eyes on stalks and razor sharp claws supposedly wraps and drowns its prey. The Cronchon, the Chile Argentina, a vampiric creature appearing as a human head with giant ears used as wings. often associated with sorcery. The El Silbone, the Whistler, a tall skeletal spirit carrying a bag of bones, who heralds death with haunting whistle. Yes, yes, they're very fun stories indeed. All right, let's talk about yes, the Gobi Desert Worm. Yes, the hospital snake on the cross. Yes, yes. Right. Any more info on aliens? Sure. Let's go this way. My favorite part about this alien stuff right here, because this really seals the deal about aliens being more credible. All right, let's go here. All right, here we go. These are going to be some ancient accounts on aliens from thousands of years ago, alleged alien sightings. If there's alien sightings from a long time ago, then it means, they were here long before we were. And I do know some of these true and ancient things are real, and some of it is awake. Yeah, it could be fake. Yeah. Ancient Rome, 74 BC. The Plutarch recorded that during the battle between Lucas and Mithridates the Sixth, huge silver-colored objects shaped like a wine jar fell from the sky between the two armies, causing them to separate in terror. Yeah, very true. Very true. Oh yeah, hello OJM. Oh, by the way, OJM. I was recent the trial is over, but recently I was a juror in a trial. I want to let you know. And by the way, OJM, good to see you. And Jerry says, "Angels sent to stop a war." Yeah, yeah, that's also true. Yes, OJM, you may board. Yes. The Magonia ships. The Archbishop Agobard of Lyons wrote about a region called the Magonia, which the ship is in the clouds allegedly came to steal crops and destroy the storm. Nuremberg and Basel 1561, 1566. Famous woodcuts depict a mass sightings of spheres and cylinders engaged in aerial battle over Nuremberg and celestial objects appearing over Basel. In Byland Abbey, the chronicler William Newsberg, Newsberg described flat, round, shining silverly objects over monks in the abbey, which was in 1290. There's mythological and religious interpretations too. Okay, so there's the Anunnaki. The ancient Sumerian tablets describe the Anunnaki as being who came from the heavens to earth, the Viminus. The ancient Sanskrit epics, like the Ray Mana and the Mahabharata described the Vidmas as those who are moving aerial chariots that could travel to other worlds or engage in warfare. Definitely tribal. Yes. The Book of Ezekiel. Some interpret the prophet Ezekiel's vision of a wheel within wheel as a technical description of a spacecraft. The Dogon tribe. Anthropological studies suggest that Dogon people possessed advanced knowledge of the Sirius star system, claiming they received from amphibious beings called the Nomos. So there we go. Those are some encounters of aliens from a long time ago. Now we're going to go to the Mongolian deathworm. All right. Mongolian deathworm, known locally as the Olgoi Karkohai, or no, Kohi, is the large, intense worm, is one of the most feared and elusive cryptids to inhabit the remote south desert of the Gobi Desert. Yeah, they did help them build the pyramids. I agree. According to the Mongolian folklore, the creature is a thick, blood red sausage like worm measuring between 2 to 5 feet long. It is notoriously difficult to distinguish its head from its tail because it appears to have no visible eyes, nostrils, or mouth. All right, let's go into the pyramid thing. Let's see, what side of the angels were on? Not fully sure, but have a guess. Okay, right, right. John says, "Did you know that the average person's can?" I never knew about that. Nope. And Tribal says, "Cause there's why." Our Tribal says, "Cause there's no way they didn't have the lifting gear back then." Right, right. To explore the hypothetical, we have to look through the lens of ancient astronaut theory and power plant hypothesis. All right, power plane hypothesis. One of the most popular theories associated with Christopher Dunn suggests that the Great Pyramids of Giza wasn't a tomb, but a geopolitical power plant. The aliens helped design the pyramid to harness the Earth's vibrational energy using the quartz and granite blocks. Extraterrestrials would have provided blueprints for the machine that could generate wireless electricity similar to the massive Tesla tower to provide their own craft or ancient cities. Ancient cities. Advanced stone cutting technology. Precision of the pyramid's casing stones fitted tightly with the razor blades cannot fit between them, so it's often cited as a capability of copper tools. Aliens provided a ultrasonic drills or high heat laser tools to cut diorites and granite with surgical precision. Instead of months of pounding with stone balls, the blocks were sliced like butter, allowing for perfectly flat surfaces seen in the king's chamber. Oh, okay, Jeremy. Right. Understood. Levitation and acoustic engineering. Moving 2.3 million blocks, some weighing up to 80 tons, is the biggest logistical mystery. It's why they got built, worked wide, and double communication tower, also these pyramids. Right. Right. Rather than ramps and sledges, aliens taught humans how to use anti gravity or sonic levitation to help. By using specific sound frequencies, the massive stones could be made weightless, allowing them to be floated into place. This often is linked to legends of ancient priests seeing stones into the air. Celestial alignment. The Great Pyramids align with the north with incredible accuracy and reflects the positions of the stars in Orion's belt. Hypothesis. This level of astronomical precision required an aerial perspective of advanced star chariots. Aliens provided the mathematical constant like pi speed of light, which some claim are encoded in the pyramid's dimensions. It ensures the structures acted as a beacon or cosmic map for travelers. They also look like the bricks were heated up. Yeah, yeah, I agree. All right, celestial. Okay, so genetic engineering labor. Hypothesis: the aliens, the Anunnaki, genetically modified early humans to create a smarter, more capable labor force. They didn't just build the pyramids; they built the humans capable of managing the construction, acting as divine architects and overseers, sort of like the Nephilims. Archaeologists point to the Diary of Mirror, a real papyrus logbook discovery of the worker villages as proof that the pyramids were built by these different laborers and different alien technology. Now, so those are some alien links to the pyramids. Right. So the lethal abilities. The locals claim that the worm can, from a distance, can be spraying a corrosive yellow acid by emitting a powerful electronic discharge that can drop a camel instantly. Behavior. It reportedly spends the most of its time burrowed and deep beneath the sand and emerging only during the hottest summer months or after heavy rainfall. Cultural taboo. For decades, it was reportedly legal in Mongolia to even speak of the creature, and Goey limits of the foreigners searching for it. Scared. So that is about the worm. No, about the worm. Also, since I talk about wearing a pirate hat, I'm going to tell you some other pirate facts right here. So, uh, the modern piracy in the Caribbean is a far cry from the movies. Instead, it's a large sailing ships today. The pirates are often desperate fishermen or members of organized crime syndicates using fast, small boats, while global piracy suggests by more than 50% of the first half of 2025. Caribbean accounts for revival of portion about 10 to 15% of the global maritime crime, with majority of the incidents being low-level armed robberies. Piracy flourishes in areas where economic crisis and political instability have left coastlines poorly patrolled. Coastlines of Venezuela. The ongoing economic crisis has pushed many local fishermen toward piracy. They frequently target yachts and commercial vessels near Puerto La Cruz and Guantana. Trinidad and Tobago. The waters between Venezuela and the country's economic crisis has pushed many local fishermen toward piracy. They frequently targeted yachts and commercials. I read that already. I just didn't realize it was over in Venezuela because the thing about stuff going on over there, right? So then the next part is Haiti. Recently, Haiti has seen a resurgence in violent maritime crime, including 2025 incident involving the first crew kidnapping in the region over a decade. Trinidad and Tobago. The waters between Venezuela and Trinidad are considered high risk due to smuggling routes and armed gangs who hijacked fishing boats and their engines. Gulf of Mexico pirates in this region often target oil platforms and supposedly ships to steal fuel and high value equipment. Unlike the Somali pirates who often hijacked massive tankers, the multi-million-dollar ransom Caribbean provides a, a typical focus on opportunistic robbery. Targets the private yachts, tourist and motorcraft, and long fishing boats are most common victims. The loot. Instead of gold, they steal cash and credit cards, electronics, and most importantly, outboard engines, which are highly valuable to the black market. The gear. Modern pirates use a speedboats of GPS tracking and light weaponry like machetes and handguns. For sailors and travelers organizations, the International Maritime Bureau provides life piracy maps, track active threats when sailors avoid high risk zones after dark, and maintain 24-hour visual watch of the near hotspots. Modern commercial ships utilize the layered defense strategy to provide themselves, focused primarily on the non lethal methods. Right, this is how they deal with pirates. Deterrence and detection. Before pirates can reach the ship, the crew uses technology and physical displays to encounter them from attempting an approach. Acoustic devices, the LRAD, these emit deafening high pitched pain rays of sound that can disorient or incapacitate attackers from over a half a mile away. Visual deterrence. Ships may use the dazzle guns, high powered lasers, to temporarily blind or disorient attackers. In simpler setups, crews place dummy mannequins on the deck to look like they have more arm guards. Yes, they apparently did. Yeah, water cannons, razor wires, and slippery foam. All right, let's do this. Here we go. Pirate legends and historical maritime logs contain several fascinating, though often unverified, accounts of strange lights and alien encounters. These range from logs kept by famous explorers to folklore about notorious pirates like Blackbeard. So here we're going to do a deep dive. Christopher Columbus, 1492. Just days before reaching the New World, Columbus and several crew members aboard in the Santa Maria reported seeing a shimmering lights that looked like wax candles moving up and down. Modern researchers sometimes point this as a first recorded instance of unidentified submerged object USO because the light appeared to rise from the sea before vanishing. You see, that's before modern technology. So people think that the technology is us or some stupid thing like that. It's not. Redbeard, 1695. A popular legend claims that pirate Redbeard's ship was attacked by something from the sky. The Caribbean, according to tale, a beam of light descended from a UFO and abducted Redbeard directly off his deck while his crew watched. Blackbeard's ghost light. Following the death of Edward Tech, sailors of the Oracoke Island off Oracoke Island frequently reported a strange light coming from the shore, hovering over the water, while locals called it Tech's light, and modern paranormal enthusiasts often link these reoccurring maritime lights to UFOs actively in the region. The ship phenomenon. So during the golden age of piracy, there were multiple reports of phantom ships seen and gleaming in the sky. While these were often interpreted as religious omens or ghost ships, modern UFOologists compare these descriptions to aircraft. In 1639, Boston Harbor, one of the earliest recorded sightings in North America, involved a group of men in boats who saw great light that flamed up and ran swift as an arrow. The men claimed that the light transported their boats a mile upstream against the tide and experience some of today's interpret as an early alien abduction narrative. During the golden age of piracy, there are multiple records of phantom ships seen gleaming in the sky. While these are often interpreted as religious omens, the modern ufologists compare these descriptions to aerial craft. Boston Harbor. One of the earliest recorded sightings in North America involve a group of men in boats who saw great light and flames up and ran swift as an arrow, and the men claimed that the light transported the boat a mile upstream against a tide and experienced some of today's interpretation as an early alien abduction narrative. Modern USOs in the Caribbean. Fishermen sailors. In 2020, fishermen off the coast of St. Vincent and other islands reported seeing a hovering lights that defied easy explanation. USO activity. Recent data from tracking apps like Enigma shows thousands of reports of identified submersible objects, craft that transist from the air into the water frequently, appearing near former and naval bases and Caribbean maritime routes. Right. So that is something I think is incredibly fascinating that so many people have seen these things in the sky in the pirate age, right? This is over in the pirate age. So, that to me means that these people all over the world, besides us, far before we were here, were seeing these types of things in the sky. All right, so now we're going to go to pirate ghost stories. This to me is groundbreaking, okay? Because it's like that's the same thing we're seeing now, and that was before our own technology. These are some of the phantom ships that they saw. So the Flying Dutchman, which that's the obvious one. Flying Dutchman, the most famous of all legends, says that Captain Hendrik von der Decken, who was cursed to sail around the Cape of Good Hope forever, seeing the Dutchman is considered the ultimate omen of a disaster. It often described as a glowing with a ghastly light and sailing against the wind. The dark satellite you believe in, I think that's an ancient, like those rocks that flew around the system. They weren't just rocks. I agree with you. Yes. They weren't just ancient rocks. No. It was something else. No, much more complex. Yeah. The lady of Lovi Bond. Every 50 years, let's see. Okay, let's see what this is. You. Yes. Yes, that's exactly what you're talking about. Yes, and this is a picture of it. See? I believe that's some sort of ancient craft. That thing. That's Oumuamua, or however it's pronounced. Yep, I definitely agree. It is a very ancient craft of some kind. And it was out there for so long, it got turned into like an asteroid-looking thing, but it really is like some sort of a spacecraft of some kind. Yes, yes. And I did a video. I've done a stream about it before. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, I definitely think that is operated by or was operated by something at some point. Some sort of a spaceship from thousands of years ago. All right, the Lady of Lovey Bond. Every 50 years, February 13th, this schooner is said to repair near the Goodwin Sands off the coast of England. Legend says it was wrecked in 1748 because the mate was jealous. You think God technology? Oh, it may be God technology, or you meant good technology. Not too sure if you meant good or God. But if you meant good technology, it is very good technology to stay for that long. If you meant God technology, something from God, then yeah, it would make sense why I was able to survive for so long. So if you whatever you meant, you could clarify exactly what you meant because sometimes autocorrect like says things that people didn't say. Every 50 years, this schooner is said to appear in 1748 because the mate was jealous and the captain's new bride. He was to report seeing a phantom ship crash there, but when rescuers arrive, no wreckage is found. God, amen. Yeah, God of I do believe it's God technology too, because as I said before, it's good at lasting for a long time. Yes, Rodriguez. I believe it was an asteroid that used to be a spaceship. Yeah, I know, tribal. I know. It would may be impossible for us to figure that out. Now remember, aliens could be fallen angels or watchers that were created before our Earth was created from some other dimension. They could be them, or if they are aliens from a planet, I wonder how old they may be. Much older than our civilization, though. Yeah, thousands of years or longer. Very ancient, very ahead of us. Yeah, 2 billions. Yeah, because we've been around for billions. The Earth, I mean, the universe has been around for billions of years. So somewhere with that time frame, these aliens were there, or angels. Yeah, the Lady of Lovey Bond. Every 50 years on February 13th. I read that. Okay. Yes, God always has existed because He exists out time of place and space. That's where God exists. Beyond that, the Palatine Light off the island, Rhode Island, witnesses have centuries reported of burning ship. Distance. This is said to be a ghost of Princess Augusta, a ship that was reportedly lured into the rocks by wrecks. Pirates who trick ships into crashing to steal their cargo. Yeah, God says, I am who I am. That's what he says. Yeah, technology is beyond our comprehension. Yeah. Off the block of Rhode Island, witnesses have in centuries reported a burning ship in the distance. This is said to be a ghost of Princess Augusta, a ship that was reportedly lured into the rocks by wreckers, pirates who trick ships into crashing to steal their cargo. All right, real life mysteries. Ships found crewless. The Mary Celeste, uh, Celestial, uh, no, Celeste, 1872. The ultimate maritime mystery. She is found drifting in the Atlantic with her cargo off the alcohol untouched, and 6 months later, supply of food, and there was no sign of a struggle, but the lifeboat was missing and the crew was never seen again. Theories range from squeak pakes to giant squids. Okay, let's see. Let's go here. All right, here's a UFO hypothesis about the Oumuamua. I'll make it OM for short. Okay. The hypothesis is by A.V. Loeb, who said this. The core UFO hypothesis is that the theory is that the OM was an artificial object designed to harness solar radiation pressure for propulsion. Light sail mode. For sunlight to provide the observed push, researchers calculated that the object would need extremely thin, less than a millimeter thick, but massive surface area, acting like a sail. Target mission. Loeb argued that the trajectory which brought the U-25 AU to the sun, a U-15 of Earth, might suggest it was fully operational probe sent intentionally to investigate the inner solar system. Interstellar debris. Alternately, if they land in my backyard, I'm going to board the ship and have a chat about cup of coffee with them. Nice. Alpha the Omega, the first and the last, beginning and the end. Interstellar debris. Alternatively, it could be a piece of technical junk, such as a defect sail or a fragment of a Dyson sphere like megastructure drifting through space. Hey AJ, I am, yes, today. I'm going to do my regular live streams today. Why scientists considered aliens. The non gravitational acceleration, as it left the solar system, it sped and unexpectedly, while comets do this by outgassing, ejecting dust, showed no visible tail or coma. Oh, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I'm doing great. I've been having a good stream with everybody. Extreme shape. The brightness varied significantly, suggesting the high, elongated, cigar like flat pancake shape, unlike any natural object seen in the star system. High reflectivity. Its surface was unusually shiny for the typical space rock, matching the profile of metallic or artificial material. We're talking about many different UFO theories right now. Heard that the government was going to start releasing some more UFO documents. Oh, they're going to start releasing more UFO documents. That's true. I definitely agree. And they're going to, it's called aliens.gov. and they're going to be showing us videos and pictures of UFOs and UFO documents in a deep dive. It's like kind of like the Epstein file release, but this time is Alien Files released. Oh, we have to remember that a lot of the stuff is not going to probably be accurate, or it may not be really anything new. It could be a nothing burger, but we can't trust them. They're probably going to conceal things. I agree, but we will see what is released. Yes, see between the lines and read the whole. I agree. Mhm. Good morning, Lori. All right, they release the truth, and they have, I think, but I think they can discern the truth out of that. Yeah, definitely agree. Absolutely. We could see the truth between the lines. Absolutely. Because a lot of the UFO files and stuff, there's concern that they're not going to be releasing everything they're supposed to be releasing, or it's not going to be anything new or accurate. Well, we'll see what they do. We'll see what they do, because it's definitely a concerning situation when they don't do that. No, and we own some of not Star Trek, but we're up there. Yeah, yeah. Another ghost pirate ship was the Carroll A. Daring, 1921, a five-mast. No, this is just a ghost ship. Mast schooner found run aground off of North Carolina. The food was prepared on the stove. The entire crew and their navigational equipment had vanished. This case is often linked to the Bermuda Triangle. The AJ, have you seen the overran spaceship somewhere in Brazil or something? You can see Google it. Okay. Well, let's see this. Overran spaceship in Brazil. All right, so let's see. There's a lot of popping out there. Some of the fake but is real might be pre-Incan or near their time it crashed. Okay. Let's see. Ancient UFO Brazil. All right, here's just a. It seems like just be a list of a bunch of them. Let's see. There seems to be more than one. The Luminaries in 1750, the Minas Gerais was one of the only city in the world that named after UFO phenomenon. Settlers in the mid 1700s report seeing a strange dancing lights descending from the mountain ridges and bodies of water. Interpretation. While the locals initially feared that as demonic, the church later claimed they were blessed visiting angels. Okay, interesting. The Cave of the People. Located near a massive holy cave in the region, has a century-old legends about the small little humanoids, lights being that once lived underground. Local lore claims the caves had portal or direct physical contact with the Machu Picchu in Peru. Brazilian indigenous mythology frequently reference the celestial beings and objects falling from the sky, though they are often interpreted as spirits. Heavenly chariots. Some tribes have legends of beings who descended in burning crafts or shining vessels. Yes, that is true. Lots of military videos were released. Modern encounters. Indigenous tribes like the Mattis have been involved in rescue of modern plane crashes in the Amazon, where their deep knowledge of the jungle often succeeded where satellites and helicopters fail. In January 96, Ziti of Varg became the center of what is often called the most famous UFO case in Brazilian history. Crash. A cigar shaped object reportedly seen losing altitude and crashing in a field in January 13. The beings. A few days later, three women reported encountering a 4 foot tall bipedal creature with oily brown skin, large red eyes, and three bumps on its head. Military overrun. Witnesses describe the town being cordoned by military and fire department personnel, allegedly captured live extraterrestrials. Oh yeah, yeah. Those are really funny to watch. You know, watch them chase a cube like that is really hysterical. Mystery military death. The Marco Cheris was laid shortly after reportedly handling one of the creatures with his bare hands. Thanks, Ori. 1977, island of Carlaris was reportedly overran by ships in the clouds that resonated, called the Chupa Chupa, suck suck. I know a lot of people think that the hat is my hair, but it isn't. It matches my hair color, but it's not. Other people think it's a bicycle seat too. Yeah. Right. So Jeremy says the pyramid over the White House was real. It's crazy but true. What the f was that? Never talked about it. Oh yeah, it was probably one of these UFO crafts that was visiting there in restricted airspace and was able to, get around it. And they don't really want to talk much about that. Yeah. 1977, the island of Coriolis was reportedly overran by ships and clouds that resonates call the Chupa Chupa Saksa. Public Enemy logo. Okay. And hello, Sand. Hello, just saw you live getting ready for work. You ever sleep? Not I surprisingly I do sleep, surprisingly. But not as much as I probably should. I'm almost like an alien drone. I just keep on being awake. Never really sleep. Right. Okay. I hear what you're saying, Chico. I hear what you're saying. All right. So, yeah, I'm up all the time, never sleep. Yeah. As I said, I'm almost like an alien robot. The attacks. The object reportedly fired light beams at residents, causing burning paralysis and permanent puncture wounds. Yeah, because of the hat. I looked up what that is. I know what you're saying. Thank you. And I, yeah, it took me a moment to look it up, and I can see what you mean with the hat. The government response. The Brazilian Air Force launched the Operação Prata, Operation Saucer. Investigate. They officially concluded it was unusual phenomena, though, and lead investigator later claimed that footage of the craft. Oh, thank you, Sand. A nice dono. Thanks for the super chat. You a fan of Public? I'm mad fan of Fear of Black Planet. Okay, I'm not that familiar with it, but it's something interesting to look into. All right. So if you want to explain briefly about it, you can, but something you can look in. I could look into. It's funny this robot on my scroll might see us. Okay. Um. Anyway, so hey, cursed Zero. I was there. You are finally. There was an incident where earlier we're having a party in the spaceship, and somebody of maybe myself was this whole row of cabinets fell over, and I don't know if something broke, but I think it was cleaned up. I'm not too sure if there was another problem. So I had a big party on the spaceship with a bunch of like 1,000 people that from across the galaxy. So because I was talking about earlier, like Zero is the one that keeps the like, spaceship together, and when the things was like crashed, like boom, boom, boom. So yeah, I think it's all fixed to see if there's anything else that went wrong. Because we definitely need to control ourselves about where we have our parties at. Okay, Chico. So the channel is eclectic, so it's about pretty much anything. We a lot of times on the phone lines we talk about aliens, conspiracy theories, and have open discussions of theology. And other things that we talk about is true crime, like on the computer lives. True crime, talk about cats, or about gardening, or about animals, etc. News, uh, talk about political things, talk about Epstein, but we also have diverse group of people here of different political philosophies and religious too. And everybody just comes here and talks about a variety of different things. So that is what we do here. And I have done gaming, but not in a while. So this gives you a summary of what we do. Oh, really, Chico? I like to know about it because UFO sightings are definitely widespread that I like to document. Well, when you push someone on the shelf isn't locked in place, it's going to move and might fall. So I guess the one saw spaceship was an Amazon River was AI. Oh, okay. Okay. Hello there, Yoda. Oh, okay. I'll look that up right now. Let's see. Barcos UFO. They are real, but people do the faking thing. Yeah, there are fakes out there, definitely. Yoda, this is a Christian uh, safe haven right here. Christ is king. I agree. I'm a Christian, and it's the main theme of the channel. Everybody's welcome, but yeah, Christianity will be fine here. All right, let's see. Humans finally discovered the use of HE5 and how fusion works. They can't go and yeah, Jesus is coming soon, amen. They can't go funding make the device work longer than a few times. Yeah. Churo's driving home in a UFO over a car. Next thing is 10 hours later. Oh, okay. Earthlings and aliens are welcome, yes. And we also talk about Christianity a lot on here, too. Yeah. Christians are certainly absolutely welcome, along with everybody else. Yeah. Said I'm one myself. Hey. Okay, here we go. 2012. Witnesses claimed there's a couple of different people that saw this thing. Yeah, Peter the Great of Russia. I know who that is. Isaiah 3:6-12. Okay, let's go there. Isaiah. Amen, Yoda. I had a discussion earlier with one of them. So, yeah, of blessings to you. There's a lot of times they harass believers online. It's cringe. All right, Isaiah 36:12. But Rabba Sheka said, "Hath my master sent me to thy master? These speak of these words. Hath he not sent me to the men that sit upon the wall, that they may eat their own tongue? No, may they eat their own dung and drink their own helos with you." That's an interesting verse. Yeah. Only Bible verse you remember. Yeah, it definitely does stand out. See, a bunch of those atheists harassing believers online and had hell of a debate with a bunch of atheists, got praises from other believers who felt empowered. Well, amen. And definitely shout out to you for defending the gospel and doing well. May he continue to use you as a vessel for his work to refute those that are trying to discredit our faith. Uh, Master Yoda, you are doing Lord's work. Facts. All right, 2012 pulsating star. In September 2012, a witness named Ivan captured 8-minute video of a bright star that pulsated through blue, green, and red white colors in western sky. Neighbors reported similar sightings extended far west as back to this marsh. While Ivan was a loss, explain it, the astronomer Perry Velos identified the object as Saturn, explaining that atmospheric distortion camera. Although that's not true, it's really a UFO sighting, but that's what he saw. So Ivan caught a UFO sighting on camera in 2012. Exactly, Jeremy. Yeah. General of Victorian sightings. The Barkus March. The wait. The marsh is often mentioned in local forums by UFO research groups. Hotspot for sightings. So there seems to be lots of sightings over there in Australia. Let's go here. Jerry, what I can say is I'm in this. I'm in the South. That's what I can say. And that's a cool state, by the way. Yeah. Also, nice name too. You have operational saucers. The Yeah, and also you have cool weather. Oh, and also tribals UK. Okay, these are some accounts in the rainforest. Okay, let's see. Operation Saucer, 1977 to 78. Following the reports of Chupa Chupa lights allegedly attack residents of the island Brazil. Let's see. The Vergana incident, often called the Brazilian Roswell, this event is involved witnesses and the Varginha seeing a cigar-shaped UFO crash and later encountered the bipedal creatures with red eyes and oily brown skin, though they occurred. All right, Zero says, I'm not an atheist, but I'm not into the Abrahamic God either. I've just come to different understanding. Also, rather not go into details because Christians are volatile when provoked. Okay, Zero. Thank you for your take on that. I respect your opinion. And all right, in Ubatuba explosion, 1957, an early case where a disc-shaped craft allegedly exploded over the beach, leaving behind fragments of high purified magnetism that baffled investigators. The Iquitu tribe attacks, 2023. Peruvian Amazon members of the tribe reported being attacked by 7 foot tall armored beings that were immune to hunting weapons. Locals believe they're extraterrestrials. Peruvian authorities suggest they were illegal gold miners using jetpacks to intimidate community. Fireball orbs. Research in Brazil's state of Para recently captured footage of fireball like orange orbs that moved slowly before zigzagging at extreme speeds. Indigenous lore, many Amazonian tribes, such as those on the border with, who recognize that gray alien images have space travels, but underground ant beings have been part of their spiritual history for centuries. No need for being provoked. We Earthlings, besides face, we all mostly cool, I hope. Yes, absolutely. AJ, okay, the Catholics believe in the Pope's authority, and they have, and Christians, which is really, okay, Catholics and Christians are both, this is a, a misconstrued information, but okay, Catholics and Christians are both Christians, okay? Catholics are Christians, they're the original Christians, and the Christians are Christians, but there's Protestantism versus Catholicism, okay? The Protestants don't believe in the Pope's authority, and they broke in a million different types of Christian sects everywhere. And the Catholic Church believes in the Pope's authority, and they pretty much sort of stayed the same since the beginning, but then again, with different popes had different policies. Okay, thank you, Lori. Thank you, Lori. Yeah, I took out the charger for a second. That's why it may have frozen. Thank you. Oh yeah, Zero. I remember. I remember that. There's been some uh, debates on here about that, but usually the ones that I conduct don't get heated like that, though. So on my phone lives. Yeah, so that's what it is. They're all Christians, okay? And because a lot of times I think they'll say like, "Oh, the Catholics aren't Christians," but they're Christians. They both are. Like, the Catholics have, they believe now. There's also the Anglican Church, which is Protestant, but they have a lot of Catholic traditions in it. There's an Orthodox Church that broke away from. There's a schism between the Catholic Church and Orthodox Church, right? So so Orthodox and the Catholic Church and the Anglican Lutherans, they seem to have similar practices, and like the Catholics believe that they're saints, so they not praying to a saint like a god, but like asking a saint for, praying for them, like ask your friend to pray for you. It's like praying for intercession, right? And then they believe in the host and communion that's essentially necessary for spiritual reasons, and they have rites. They have like a they have communion. They have uh, confirmation. There's lots of structure to it. And the Anglicans are very similar, but they don't believe in the Pope's authority. And then there is other times it has gotten out of hand with, say, the Protestantism, which is very cool. They believe are very Bible based, right? Oh, thank you, AJ. The Christians are very Bible based. The Protestants, which I like Protestantism a lot. I like all the different Christian denominations. That's why I'm eclectic. I like all of them. I don't identify with either any one specific. And the Protestant one, like Bible based, they focus on scripture a lot and talk about the Bible. Catholics don't do it as much. So I think the balance really is between both religions have different things to balance each other out. But the Pope's authority, I don't know if I would always trust a person's authority over God's authority. So just to take human authority with a grain of salt, because humans can be corrupted. Science is causing the gaps for the God and gaps to exist. Why not allow science to create a gap for gods? It's saying I created the tests and waters and reactions to those present. Okay. The Pope is corrupt and the most Italian church, but God does work through the Catholic Church. Yeah, absolutely. It's also Spanish, and Germans are Catholic, and parts of England and Ireland too. Yes, Lori's an eclectic pagan. I'm an eclectic Christian. And look, I think things in other beliefs too are cool too. Like with the, um, I think like the Buddhists have interesting things to say. The Confucius do. Pagans can have something interesting to say. So I'm kind of all over the place. But no, I'm an eclectic Christian basically. Yeah. Yeah, I don't really know much about the new pope, but yeah, that's the thing. I don't completely trust the pope's authority, but I do like things in the Catholic Church. I like their. I was raised Catholic, but I've my family has people that are Protestant and Catholics, right? So usually when someone Catholic marries someone Protestant, they usually convert to the Catholic religion. So I'm related to Protestants and Catholics, but the reason why I was raised Catholic was because people would convert to the Catholic religion over time, right? So I know about both religions, and I think that yeah, the Pope's authority cannot really be trusted, and I do think that the Catholics should have a lot of Bible based attributes. So I think that the perfect thing would be that without doing idolatry or anything like that, because people are concerned about that. I think both have good things in their practices. Zero says, I've had talks with people about the differences between the Abrahamic God and not capital G, capital O, capital D, and cannot even fathom the capital G, capital O, capital D is. Yeah, Zero. There's lots of emotions that are evoked in people, and I mean, I think Zero. Uh, I think nowadays, I don't want to jinx myself, but we have different people here over time that have come here. So now I think, as I said, uh, in the past we may have had issues, but the spaceship's very different than it used to be with different groups of people that have come and gone. So yeah, especially my phone lives, people, all kinds of people say their own opinions, but then again, it's me conducting it though. So but yeah, as I said, Zero, I like your abstract concept because it's a much bigger thing than just Abrahamic religions, and your beliefs are very intriguing to me. And over time, you explained it to me, and your philosophy, I think, is a very free thinker. You don't go with what the status quo wants you to think. So, yeah, everybody has a right to their own opinion here about whatever. And let's see, Jeremy says, I don't know. They're not Christians, but they proving that Jesus was real thing in the Bible was true. Found an ark near China. Proof is that something might study zero. Not trying to push, just showing you something cool if you don't mind. Okay, and but scientists and big ones showing things. My biggest thing I put on the table is that why are we forced to pick a side in a war that is older than creation? I know because I think a lot of times it could be used to divide people, and there could be corruption with the way the human system works. The division is cringe. I don't really have belief system. I just like searching on neither here or there. Very well done. Lori says, along I have long thought that science and Christianity just have different ways of perceiving the same things, and maybe the two don't need to be at odds with one another. I agree, Lori. I agree. There's some things that weren't explainable back in the past, and other things they explain in their own way that science explained differently. Yeah. But I view mostly as a great mystery because really I don't know. Yeah, it's called the world's oldest telephone game for a reason. Yeah, yeah, definitely. And I think many have profited from religion and used it as a tool for control. I don't deny that at all. But there's also, but to completely like get rid of it would is I think there's like a middle ground, like where people can see like a middle ground with it. And Bubbles agrees. Yeah. Jeremy said, "I stayed human just to learn more, lean more toward the Bible views, but Earth is big." Yeah. There's noise. Yeah, there are so many different ways of viewing the Earth and viewing the way we perceive things that I think not every person. I don't think anybody has it 100% perfect. So I think it's good that we have that. Me too, Lori. That's why I love those garden lives because nature is just so much in tune with it. Yeah, yeah. Bubbles is definitely an OG. Definitely, he's definitely a G. Zero. Jesus even said. that we will do greater things than he ever did. Like us being on this earth. So yeah. He said, and that's true. It's mentioned in the book that many times nature is good in body and mind. Yes. Yeah, nature is very refreshing. Right. Zero's glad he's not called a Gnostic yet. Yeah, ticks and skeeters definitely connect. Okay, let's see. All right. Let's see. Scared. Yeah, we all bleed red. That is true. Okay. And let's go here. All right. What are you? All right. And but alien rather only use that when it's required. If alien will pull out another hat, we'll see the voodoo master. But that's only if, that's when it's required. Yes. Yes. And what are you? I am an alien from another planet. All right. What do you think is the best alien UFO movie? War of the Worlds. That's what I think. All right. I think he crashed in Antarctica. Yeah, and, yeah, he's an extra dimensional being. Yeah. All of us varying perspectives and along here in chat creates a positive, peaceful energy, I think. Yes. Yes. The one from 2005. I'm not pushing a piece of meat into a tiny atoms. I love the little creature at the end wanted for pet. Yeah. Most accurate. Yes. Yes. Yeah, I think that one is the one from 2005. Falcon, I believe Wist, and we could say, I don't know, forest growth, open line. Yeah. Okay. Hello, Frozen. Love respect from the Arctic Circle, Finland. Sorry, can't stay longer. I just wanted to wish you all the very best day. I hope you have even a little bit. Oh, thank you, Frozen. A shout out to you in Finland, and stay warm. And wishing the best for you as well. Thank you. Yes, I'm also meant Sack Flesh and Vibrating Atoms remote control location. Yes. Anybody else have seen V, but it's TV series? Yes, I've seen it. My pleasure, Frozen. Okay. Yeah, yeah. I think Resident Alien was very funny. Okay. And yeah, I just think it's just extremely fascinating how they did with Resident Evil. It's such a very good concept to have, and lots of good humor in it too. Yeah, yeah. I was putting up the Tanner trial for those that are interested. For those that watch that one, I had that trial up. It hasn't started yet, but it's for those that watch that one. It's up. It's like ad free trial. So and it's a very disturbing trial, by the way. So it's just for those that know what I'm talking about. If you don't know what I'm talking about, then just ignore what I just said. Yeah. And what do you think about the big thing is about happened to alien spaceship, anti gravity, extraplanetary nuclear fusion, something else? Because it's something is about to happen. Oh, Zero, I think that it's absolutely uh, big is about to happen, and that they're doing what they can to perhaps censor the technology, or they're working on something really big with it, and it's going to would flip the economy upside down with anti-gravity technology and all those other types of things that those aliens have that would completely disrupt the entire system. Gas, oil, electricity would be completely wiped out, and people be independently doing their own energy. Oh yes, Lori, and that's understandable. It's funny when they make real movies, inspiring movies. Oh, many of the alien things that you see are actually from what's that? Do it is Yes, Zero. Yes, yes. Let's see. Is your hair stuck to your hat? Is your basement hair stuck to your wall? Is that what you're saying? It matches my hat. My hair matches this, but they're two different things. AJ, when I was a kid, it freaked me out. Yeah, Zero. Yeah, yeah. Where it said, if I recall correctly, ice core is simple samples rock. Show evidence of Earth's magnetic field flipping. Yes, you are correct, Lori. Yeah. It says, if you owned a planet and fleet of ships, the question is who owns Earth? Exactly. And it could be up for grabs, possibly, too. You see, AJ got the facts right here. that definitely is a factor in it. That whoever lives under Antarctica owns the Earth. Yep, very true. Does your basement hair stick to the wall? Yeah. Yeah, definitely Antarctica is where all the masterminds are. You know who controls the Earth is Gerald the dolphin. Him too. He owns it as well. Or they wanted to disprove the firmament and found the South Pole hole near the Earth. Yep. And you don't want people to know about that, but that's exactly what happened, in my opinion. Hello, my Miami base. Welcome back. We're going down a rabbit hole of many different conspiracies. Okay, it explains in Genesis who got put in Antarctica. Okay. Yeah, it's definitely Antarctica is a place where. Oh, Miami, I am doing fine. I recently was I was a juror in a trial recently. It's nice to be back here. It was only 2 days, but it was nice to be back here. And I have been talking about aliens of all for nearly 300 minutes and different theology, conspiracy theories. So I'm just spreading the word and bringing more people into the discussion. It's been going really well. So hope you've been doing well yourself. Thank you for stopping by. Always good to see you. The North Pole has a hole, the exact opposite hole in the South Pole. Also, definitely has an inner Earth. I wouldn't doubt it. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and well, we're talking about it right now too, Miami. We're talking about aliens right now as well. I mean, the conversation. Oh, you did miss it earlier, but I'm glad to have you here now. We're still talking about similar topics. Ah, interesting. I think I've seen that before. Yeah, there's apparently something beyond the ice walls. Nice fro hat, and this is technically a pirate hat. That's what it is, and it is. Yeah, hit the like button, subscribe. Yeah, thank you, Saw Girl. And I got the hat from. It was like a Halloween. It's a Halloween hat. I ordered it offline. That's where I got it from. Oh yes, yes, I did read that. I did read that. Yeah. Thank you, Grid. I appreciate it. And yeah, yeah, it looks very. I know it looks authentic, but it's a costume hat. And you see, when it's stormy, I would wear it outside when it's stormy on my streams. But I just now just wear it as a regular hat on a regular basis. Mm. Oh, okay, Grid. Yeah. I sometimes freeze, and I sometimes just am in deep thought, and I go into like a still alien monk mode. Oh, I'm in the living room. That's where the internet is and the computer is. There's other parts of the house you don't even see. You'll see one day. But there's all kinds of other parts of that, like that way. There's all kinds of other parts of the house you don't see. But it's still pretty cool. It's like a very old, old house with all kinds of interesting things in it, but nothing like valuable or anything. Because I'm a poor alien. And Lori said, I briefly entertained this theory of a flat Earth, but since creation, fractional and 3D plus, I am under the stars and mountains tells me Earth is likely flat. Just my opinion. Very interesting. Yeah, I should market my hat. You thought it was a bathroom. Yeah, it's not a bathroom. It's a living room. Beyond a movie, Hollywood script, and happening. Thank you, Master Yoda. I appreciate it. FBI script and have his own men in him and his piloted intervention. Met the aliens in Antarctica. Have you guys heard of it? Oh no, I've heard about that. Yeah. Okay, Saw Girl. Understood. Oh, well, okay, that right there, that sun thing is something I made when I was in like pre-K. The lights are for the cats, and they're stuff from birthdays. We just don't. I don't always like take stuff down, and then that's the pirate thing right there. So yeah, and over there is like a Christmas tree thing with stuff on it for the cats. Oh yeah, I believe you're in Miami. Miami's a cool place. I'll send you the full flat Earth map so you can show to the audience in a live. It'll be your Discord messages. Oh, thank you, thank you. All right. By the way, I gotta go look over there anyway. See what's going on. Okay, Saw Girl. Appreciate it. Yep. Thank you, Zero. Facts. Okay. And seeing this here, let's see. Have the map. Oh, hello, Shell. It's a pleasure to see you. Nice to have you on board. All right. Why else, by the way, the world leaders happen to show a frozen, useless place declared off limits while Nazis still have their active bases on there as well? Oh, yeah, I know, because they're trying to market it a certain way where people wouldn't be interested in the phenomena of Antarctica. So they try to make it where it just looks like an Iceland that no one wants to go to. But there's actually other things about it. The seclusion of it's very important. There's so much about it that's interesting, but they try and market it as a place that's not useful for anybody. So it's certainly a cringe situation, indeed. Hello, Johnston. We are. I've been doing fine. We're talking about aliens, conspiracy theories, and stuff. I think Jordan Peele's Alien movie was good too. They did. So I think it is. There's more to the Earth than they like to say there is. We will certainly see as time goes on in the future that we were proven right about it. Oh yeah, yeah. I love the back rooms. It's the aliens on Earth told us to stay away from by man. Yeah, there's also something with flying saucers. So they come from underwater. So there's a theory that there's either an inner Earth somewhere, or the aliens are gonna. They had their bases underwater. They come out of because they definitely come out from under there. Many military personnel have seen them too. Perhaps aliens are the left radical elite Democrat Pelosi base of alienish. Yeah, Shell. I definitely because they they definitely have the look and the ways about them. uh, Absolutely for certain. They certainly are not of this earth. They're certainly not humans. Certainly something alien, far beyond what nothing human about them. Uh, Definitely the evil alien hybrids, indeed. And there's theories about them being connected with them at the same time. And also the adrenochrome that they drink, they're just basically vampires. So yeah, definitely. Uh, Technically, there's lots of truth to that. Yeah, and these ideologies that are destroying our planet and our country is very wicked. And Zero says there's an idea that the tall grays are humans from the future after events being underground for a few thousand years. I didn't hear about them being underground for a few thousand years, part, but I know about them being us in the future. And he says the lake Titicaca, highest known lake in a perfect place for aliens to have been seen there. Something about being descendants of elites and bunkers. Yeah, because they're allegedly connected with them. Different elite families. They're related to them or somehow spiritually connected with them some kind of a way. Yeah, it seems to be how it works. The theory seems quite possible to me. A rival kind addressed it. Yeah, might be the ancient humans. Maybe the had wings and cool mini ships. Yeah, the ancient civilizations talk about that, and the fallen watchers were reptilian Surfiums. Excuse me, non-proletarian persons. Proletarian. Excuse me, non-proletarians. Right. Hey, the underground cities in Turkey are amazing. And also the Ark, where Noah's Ark landed, there seems to be something there too. Yeah. And there's a lot of people in the Earth that look strangely weird, looking like aliens. Hello there, JH. Lori, Arrival with Charlie Sheen. I think there's Arrival too as well. Have you ever had a personal alien encounters? Yeah, Jeremy, that's true. The angel human hybrids. Yeah. Uh, One time I was looking towards the horizon over there, and I saw a UFO. It was a blue orb, and it went up into the sky, and it went up even farther up in the sky, and then it disappeared. So yeah, I've seen a UFO before. One time when I was doing my stream, I saw one flash itself for a second and go. Whole idea of two realities that is even reality figurehead over existing one is 42XXL. Yeah. What if there was only one and humans do what ancient distorted time over time. That's possible. Jeremy Reiner. Okay. Okay. This is the ice wall. Okay, so that's our world, and allegedly this is all the stuff surrounding it. I don't want to drop any spoilers, but there's a rival movie addresses our concept at the time. No, not your typical alien invasion, shoot 'em up movie. Right? Scared. Imagine all those unexplored lands. Yeah, there's so many unexplored lands that we don't know about from the beyond the ice wall. That we don't see. So alien movies and horror got kind of real. I think, or maybe I'm. Oh yeah. I believe that there's true things in them, and they. Yeah, very interesting map, and that is how it works, where they don't tell you breadcrumbs of truth over time, eventually show you what actually is happening later on. What if there was civilizations living there, where the ancient civilizations that went missing? Ah, right. Yeah, maybe that's where the ones that went missing went to. Went to those places. Project Hail Mary is the best movie since recent dump of basic stuff for several years. Yep. Yeah, it's on the OG Star Trek series because a lot of this technology comes from them, more specifically. All right, let's see. By the way, brother, always do your due diligence and keep your sharp and wise and aware of with credibility intact can be. Yes, I certainly will do that. Thank you for the reminder. Heads up. Yeah. And AJ says, same. I need more alien movies to watch, but no slop. Yeah. Zero says it's a bit slow for the first 9 minutes, then picks up, becomes quite wholesome. Trying to find the most realistic alien movie to watch. Okay. Yeah, and slope is best time ditched reality and movement. Oh well, yeah. I think my sons want to take the NTC PH Mary to Mother's Day. Oh, interesting. Okay, Miami, good suggestion. Very cool. Yeah, earlier we were talking about that TV series. It's pretty cool. Yeah, so yeah, it seems like I've seen the modern V, but I know about the older one, but I've not really seen much of it. So that is a good series suggestion. Yeah, because a lot of these alien movies, I think, are very good at showing you like E.T. I know it's a classic one, but it's like one everyone knows about. But E.T. is a good movie. Um, I thought, but I saw it in movie theater when I was very little. So yeah, that's a good movie too. But I know that's like everyone knows about that one. But anyway, so Zero says Alien knows my thoughts about extra planetaries being hundreds of years old and taking several years to reach us. Extraplanetary contact, I will be something they can't hide in these day and age. Yep, I understand. And your position is, I know your position. Yep. Mamie says Holly Weird gets heads up, and these Satan worshippers get away with crap by broadcasting it before we all are told to before our war happens. Yeah, the sneaky people are always like behind the scenes doing their thing, and it's extremely 61 likes. That's pretty cool. Thanks, everybody, and that's pretty fascinating that they do that. But the concept about this is that they will get away with it and they keep doing the same thing over and over again and nothing ever comes light of it. So right, and also awesome and everyone watches it, very illuminating. Yeah, see, the thing is with the Illuminati cults, they get away with all these things and they're not held accountable. Then they start going over and over again. They just tell you little bit messages about what's going on. Shell, thank you. And that is a very good series. I know about Resident Alien. That is very funny. It was very well made. All right. And if extraterrestrial planets are real, find us, we're deleted. Nobody is going will Smith Independence Day and punch an extra planet in the face. Right? And there is truth that had to be told. Universe said that they did it in the most unbelievable ways. AJ, I believe they do. We don't know who it is or what it is, but they do. Or maybe it's a collective, a form of thought, like a hive mind. It's either a hive mind of collective thinking or it's a leader. Don't run. We are your friends. We are your friends. Yeah. There was truth about it had to be told. Universe said they did in most unbelievable ways. Right. This alien, whatever you believe in or not, made us. Yeah. Don't even get me started about the point of local bubble being the reason we're really a prison planet, not a damn school like some people think. Right. Yes, I'm the captain. Nice to meet you, sailor. We might be on an ant farm for someone's experiment. Yeah. And I'll be like an ant farm. Revelations. Let's see. Revelations really speaks about sci-fi things. It makes sense better than the days of these dreams John had. Yeah, yeah. It makes sense now. Do Alienware products actually have real alien technology? Well, if you think alien technology that we have on our phones and stuff is alien technology, but it could have some alien technology in it. right? And let's see this. All right, so so it does have alien technology in it, but a lot of technology in general has that in it too. All right, it's ancient in the maker, but advanced technology. Okay, and let's see. I'm inviting you to my channel and selected thousands of videos and major topics. It was private, now not public until now. I think you're going to love the fellow truth seeker. Okay, Miami, I will go and look at that. Thank you. I've wondered if Prime Directive keeps Advanced from fully revealing themselves. Yeah, I believe that. Oh, thanks, Mork. Appreciate it. Female of them made it with a male of old human made kid, and the kid had two twin females, bothered the mother, and did it, and the females made what we're told about it. Okay, Mork, there's lots of. They could be from other planets, they could be from other dimensions, they could be us in the future, but whatever it is, there is something there. There's people thousands of years ago that talked about seeing these types of entities. And there's so many planets and star systems out there, we can't rule out that there can be something there. Yeah. There is a bigger thing than mentioned, I agree, but their aliens had billions of years to advance, and we've had 12,000 years. Yeah, exactly. Okay, Mark, some people think there are demons or aliens from another dimension or us in the future. Maybe you lean more towards those other theories. But yeah, if something's going on, I don't know exactly what it is. All right, Miami says, sorry, didn't mean to exclude others here. Hopefully no one don't want to share this with, but by the way, you do a great job of sharing comments. Oh, thanks. I appreciate it. There are two future realities fighting to exist, aren't even the timelines. Mork, we could have both agree that we want to see the truth, whatever that is. Because the truth will set you free. Thank you more for subbing. I appreciate you. And yeah, because we whatever they are, we want to find out exactly what the truth is, because eventually we'll set you free, whatever that factor will be. Yeah, I feel that our predecessors left wisdom for us in caves, drawings, and like ones in France, animals depicted with accurate constellations enabled. Yeah, They were all messengers from the other realms. Uh, okay, so Mark, there are two different timelines that are future timelines that are fighting for dominance. Like P47 is a timeline, P52 is a timeline, and they're trying to combat each other to see which one wins. Yeah, they're like alternate scenarios of the future. It will find Steins Gate no matter what people think. It'll find a timeline which is find a betterment of all these things. There's evidence that Earth has experienced several cycles of cataclysmic destruction and rebirth of human society. Yeah, and I believe that death is a single best invention of life. You know, and that is a way it works. Yeah, Lord, that is a good example. I thought P47 and P52 were two Slims recovered from the Roswell crash. Okay, and that is very interesting. It could be, but I think it's two different timelines. Yeah, Skinny Bob. Yeah. Okay, so I got my information mixed up. The P52 and P47 are two alleged alien beings from maybe the Roswell crash. So I stand corrected. I thought it was something else. So I got my information mixed up. So yeah, P52, P5047 are two things in the Roswell crash, or something like that. They're alien specimens that were recovered. Lori said the Sphinx did not have a pharaoh head originally, most likely a lion. Right, I agree. Cinnabog no longer controlled his body in the 70s at some point when the hive mind stopped controlling the body. Oh, okay. Jay says Hector is going to be running 3 Honda Civic. Time up or stay prepared. Okay, OMG, that makes things Rog and Star Trek seriously creep me out. Scared. Yeah. Truth is not as pure as ominous. Don't have that much time in the future. Major selves, and the future is major cities. Revelations, everyone. Okay. Borg. Yeah. Yeah. Borg. Okay. And the Borg Q craft hive. Yeah. Borg ain't nothing on what's coming into Earth. Stood still, black and white, and looking at it in the face. Right. Yeah, like the sphere here. Exactly. Fifi, welcome to the stream. I appreciate you. All right. Heaven brings force. You have no fear. Yes. My fears. Yeah. So now I'm about to really get deep in this narrow puddle of simulation theory, this cope and hope corn. What really actually will terrify us? Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Thank you, Fifi. I saw some of that. I saw some of that yesterday, and I will continue to check it out. Yeah. Oh, I think it is extremely cool what happening with that. Right. So let's see. The reality a lot of times can certainly cause a traumatic response because a lot of people won't be ready to accept or handle the truth that comes out about these things. And it's really important for people to understand that these other dimensional concepts are very intriguing and also realistic at the same time. Right. Okay. So, yeah, those are some very interesting alien theories. Indeed. Very true. About 4 years ago, when I was starting to wake up in the morning, I saw images of symbols and numbers while my eyes were still closed. Seemed like an upload from someone or something felt intense. Yeah. Sometimes when I had deja vu, I felt like I traveled unknowingly jumped in another dimension. That was pretty cool. Be glad you are most are blind. Hell, I can't even choose two to think of its simulated holographic reality. But I think we are just quantum vibrations creating matter that we perceive as half or second after it happened. Yep. Yep. Okay, Zero, thank you. I appreciate it. I've seen something like that with these lights, bright but interesting. Yes. Yes. Jerry said, portals somehow, these are more real ever before. I hit a few of these. Okay. Reality is more sci fi than terrifying. Any single person should be going through without others, and you can go far in these rabbit holes that go deep and disturbing, go half baked. And out for yes. Yeah, because as they say, truth is more stranger than fiction. Let's see. Oh, hello, zombie. It's great to see you again, fam. All right. And it is, yeah, we're talking about aliens, UFOs, stuff like that. Much love and positivity to you, too. And let's see. Like I stated, allow science to create a gap for the gods because science has shrunk a gap that was for the gods. Let's see. Got new rescue post a short anyone wants to see. Oh, I'll check it out, zombie. Thank you. And I thought alien just said love and pasta. All right. So also awoken a light footsteps bed one time. I suspected the ghost of cat Emmers. Okay. See, are apparently baked and lose credibility in audience in your very inner circles. Family, I never gave an F through probably 4 decades of search. Yeah, yeah, definitely. You got to follow your heart intuition. What the best thing to do is. Yes. Okay, and new name for him. Yeah, facts. Okay, and identify different types of dreams. Yeah, so zombie. Um, oh no, no. Let's see. I remember when I was looking at the house and could feed the heaviness of the air, especially around the smell in the crawl space room. Yeah, there's definitely an aura it could give off. Definitely. And yeah, lifetime of vision dreams. Wish I had followed better. AI is relatively small and humble, and Unity's fallen. Give helping hand, I think. Yes. Have you knowledge of Wooly Myers, Switzerland, and tons of information? Oh no, I haven't. No, I haven't. Yeah, yeah, zero. I get it. Yeah. Okay. So you see, a name for a squirrel. There is. Acorn is a good name because that's what they like to eat. Or the classic name Hans is another name you could name the squirrel. So Acorn or Hans sounds good. And let's see, I still think the Terminator series movies are disclosure. Oh yeah, the Terminator movies are trying to explain to people exactly what is happening in the past. And beginning will be good. They gotta sell us. Most likely will. And yeah, I Robot is a prequel. Yeah, yeah. Yes, yes, Lori. In my opinion, it does. All right, decades of contact in the film and Willie Myers in Switzerland must include ufology. Yeah, because in the ufology about that, it certainly tells you exactly like what's going on with regarding those things. Because a lot of people don't understand that that would be another piece of the puzzle most people would know about. Even guys glitch is right. It was glitchy to look right. Yeah. Yeah, Skynet really exists, and there's lots of things going on in the atmosphere, in the atmosphere solar system that they don't always have us know about. Yeah, and the thing with Skynet is that there's so many people that don't understand that that also is a factor too with Skynet. There's a lot of people think that don't people don't comprehend exactly how large scale these things are. Yeah, fax emoji. Yeah. Oh, hello, hello, Amy. Welcome to the stream. Glad to have you back. And we're talking about some UFO concepts at the moment. Hey, shout out to you and Gabe. All right. Okay. Thank you, Lori, for getting rid of that. Appreciate it. All right. Yeah, because a lot of people, a lot of clowns come in here and say silly things. There'll be the Timu scrollers will be teaming, teaming through. Yeah. So I definitely think those concepts of these aliens, their alien technology is something that I think could really help out humanity. I don't know if they're going to really go through with it, but it would definitely help us out, but they don't want us to know the alien technology, which I think is extremely cringe. Okay, so what else? I mean, uh, oh, I'll write everything. Okay, I thought there was something else, but so yeah, definitely. There's theories about them controlling weather and stuff like that, also, which is a fascination at the same time. Or if they're able to control weather through chemtrails and stuff like that. Okay, yeah, and a lot of times with the weather in general, like right now, it's more like rainy and stuff. So they've appeared to people in Africa too. The aliens to a school of people. They've done that before. There's a couple different things the aliens have appeared to people in different ways, and it has caused them lots of problems. All right. Nope. They let's see. Nope. The theory that are because Varg decades in truth chemtrails. Right. I'm still listening, but have to go down and get some stuff. Try to get out and good times. Yeah. Okay. Understood, Lori. And Dubai flooded from the mess up, and he got fired by planning deep. All right. Yeah. The African children. They had those witnesses that saw that in the school. And to this day, they still say that it was what they thought it was. It was back in the mid '90s or so, well, the later '90s, and these entities have been appearing all over the place. And as I told you, some other examples from earlier, they've been appearing for all time. They've been appearing, since the beginning. Oh, okay. So this don't know. Mm, okay, I don't know why that happened. Anyway, yeah, demons and angels. So basically they have these entities that are demonic type entities and also angelic too, and they both are similar, but ones are good and ones don't or don't have best interest. All right, and messing with weather has been bad. Yeah, demons, angels. Yeah, because a lot of these entities will do these things like cause bad weather, etc. And hopefully, as I said, the it cannot get in the wrong hands and go into the right hands, and so people don't be doing that stuff anymore. A lot of times people will get upset about alien encounters they have had, and like they'll have traumatic memories from it, and some people don't. Some people have good memories from it, or like it was interesting. So that's why this thing it all should be taken seriously. And there's also cryptids out there that are like these mythological creatures that exist, and we don't always know where they came from, what they are exactly, and they seem like they are everywhere, all over the place. So like werewolves and stuff. So I just think it all should be taken, with consideration and taken seriously as well. Yeah. So the thing about inner Earth is that there's a theory that there's people within the Earth somewhere, right? And then they come out of it through different ways. And there's theories that the UFOs are from beneath the Earth and are coming out from that way rather than the other way around. This Bigfoot thing has me. All right, Bigfoot thing has me thinking that even they have escaped to inner Earth right in front of us. Yeah, because there's theories that they're interdimensional, the Bigfoot thing, and that it goes to another dimension. That's what it's doing. And I think it is extremely plausible that maybe it's from inner Earth or something like that. It's possible too. Chat, you guys. I'm sorry to tired, strained eyes. Rechat. If anyone responded, he's not read about ready to crash. Been trying to stay up, but okay. And Admiral Briard's diary discusses inner Earth and the poles. Yeah, Miami. I talked about it earlier, and it's definitely fascinating that he was able to document that. All right, Jeremy said, "Sea monsters, Bigfoot, something like vampires could be real, and the giants, I'm solid they exist." Yeah, because the other entities were created by the fallen hybrids, or God made some things that are just we have not discovered yet. And the sea monsters, Bigfoot and stuff. Bigfoot seems like it could be a good entity, or it could be a very possessive entity to the area that it protects. And I believe that they exist as well, too. But although we don't have concrete evidence or proof for it, there's definitely something there. And definitely the Giants did. Some people have had problems with Bigfoot, but it doesn't mean that all the Bigfoot encounters are bad. Right. Yeah, and don't think Bigfoot means bad. Yeah, because he's a protector of the forest, so he can be, possessive at times. Yeah, and because the natives, they called him the protector of the forest, right? And he would guide and help people. That's what the Bigfoot thing did. Yeah, because Bigfoot, 'cause they talk about long before the Americans came here. They talked about it for a very long time. So that's why I do not think that it is necessary to rule out that it exists in some kind of a way. So it's important to understand that, and there's something called a mysterious helper in the woods. It's something that helps out people in the woods, in the forest. Now, some people believe it's God, and other people believe it might be Bigfoot, might be the thing that helps people out in the woods and they need help. Right. Actually, these Bigfoot haven't caused issues. Their own have been thermal filmed. The much more documentaries documented recently, clearly not a myth. It's army manuals. Okay, interesting. Thank you, Miami. Mhm. And actually, the Bigfoot, and because I said the reason why I think and other reason it's real because it was documented from before we got here. The Americans got here. Yeah. So, like the Wendigo, I think is real. The Skinwalkers and things of that nature. Oh, thank you. Yeah, tap the screen and hit the like button. I appreciate y'all tap. I appreciate y'all in chat. Very cool. And it is so cool to see how so many people are also like. There's a Bigfoot sightings people have had. They're in like the woods, and they will go and look out and see something, but it's not really there. But then they actually see a Bigfoot, and they usually look kind of menacing. He's trying to be protective of the turf that he's on. That's what they usually do a lot of times. There's also other. I think dragons existed at one time, or they still exist somewhere. But yeah, those I think are real. But they either hunted them all down or they disappeared somewhere. I like your cat picture, Barmy. Nice cat. Well, you're on a pirate ship now. See, look, there's my mate right there. Welcome to the crew. All right, so Miami says Mao Shasta. A big deal. If anyone, by the way, want to try sharing treats in Bigfoot areas, regulars, and see get any trading going on with them. Yeah, doing trading would be very fascinating to do with one of those. You know, because people will see that, and it'll be very fascinating indeed. You know, so uh, that is something that I think would be a cool trade. Mountain. You know, imagine doing trade with them and what people would say. But yeah, we're on the high seas of the internet with all of you. And you know, so I said dragons I think were real at one time. And over time they became legends, but they existed either now or at one point. So I think a lot of poaching happened with a lot of different animals that went extinct. Yeah, telepathic, so only pure intentions, right? And when someone's telepathic, they'll be able to have those intentions mapped out. The telepathic ability is something I think even animals have, that we have pets and stuff. You know, they have telepathic abilities to sense different things, and I think people have that ability too. But some have it stronger than others. With a, you know, I think animals have it stronger than we do. You know, there's lots of things in the ocean that have never been discovered yet, and there's definitely different types of sea monsters that are in there somewhere too. And I think with the sea monsters are roaming around the oceans and seas, you know, so it's very important for people to understand that the oceans have a lot of things that are undiscovered. There's also seems to be lots of UFOs underwater that are coming from there, and there's lots of people who have said throughout history about these encounters of the Kraken, etc. So that's what I think is a fact that people don't usually want to understand. And I think there's a theory that AI generated stuff they've shown, like AI monsters and AI cyclops. Aboriginal people call it dream time. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. Uh, yeah, they are one of the oldest civilizations, and it's so cool how their customs and stuff have been kept through generations. It's important for people to understand that, you know, even dreaming, just take it literally, even dreaming itself, people will have their own consciousness that may be going to another realm or dimension, or like kind of like astral projection, or and sometimes nightmares might be infiltrations. Yes, Randy, I'm the captain of my spacecraft. Yeah, and there's also the New Zealand islands. Talk about giants that existed there. So all over the world, they talk about giants existing. So those also were there as well. And I think that there's an abstract concept of different cryptids that existed and people that had to deal and put up with them. Yeah. Do humans an astral projection projects into other bodies or on other planets? It could be both. They can be projected into both. It's almost like a holographic experience in a way. They even argue that our world is holographic, perhaps. So, that's another possibility there about how that works. All right, Randy. So, in the holographic world, what what happens is that everything you see, me, you, everything in your room or wherever you are, everything, the garden, everything's a holographic projection, and it's like a matrix. And that the sky above us is also part of a matrix. If you were to go and crack it, it would go and fall. So that's how the holographic world works. And there's glitches in the matrix. Like, for instance, an explanation for the Mandela effect could possibly be that they are going, they did an update on our universe and the programming didn't really go right. And that's why we have Looney Tunes instead of Looney Tunes with two O's. Right. So space travel isn't real if the sky will crack. Right. According to that theory, space travel would either not be real or not what we think it is. Right. Miami says USOs in water tracked by military at crazy speeds. I almost went for Byra as a second lieutenant, Navy subcontractor in Nuke Sub 18, following my father's stubble major scientific career. USO in water tracked by military at crazy speeds. I almost went. Oh, that is really cool. That's really cool. All right, Jay Bird says, ask any real racer, it don't matter you win by an inch or a mile. Winning is winning. Exactly, Jay. Winning is winning. Doesn't even matter by. It doesn't even matter by half an inch. It is what it is. All right. All right, Billy Carlson and Eighth Dimensional Crystal and Matrix World, meaning our world is a software. Yes, yes, Randy, it's like a software, allegedly. And Kenny Linder tapped its bumper and put him in the wall at 120 miles an hour. I watched my father burn, and I still remember him screaming. That is horrible. Condolences for your loss, Jay. Have you ever traveled past the solar system? Yeah. There's just lots of other galaxies out there, and it can be easy to get lost in those lands. Oh yeah, the missing scientists, and there's more of them being added to the list. I mean, they're trying to do lots of censorship about what's going on there. Completely trying to ruin everything. In people's lives, and they don't want people to know what's really going on. It's hopefully at some point we figure out what the mysteries are. That is the mystery of the hour. And so that's why it's good to talk about these conspiracy theories, because the risk of something being true. So the father of our NASA military arm, by the way, Van Braun, and his show plans 20 to 38 added about the Ferment brother. Oh, fascinating. Okay. Yeah, because it's definitely, they'll put the truth there in subliminal messages. All right, so you see, because they put that stuff in these messages where they don't put it completely out front of you, but they give it to you in little bits, in pieces. That's something that they like to do. Kind of like tell you a little bit over time. I think NASA has a lot of government secrets, and I think they're used as a propaganda tool in general. I don't think that it's a genuine organization, and they seem like they're behind a lot of things that are shady. Was long ago, by a clear and truthful source and best friend near death, who thinks the space race was bankrupt USSR. Oh, it was. I don't doubt that. Yeah, they're trying to destroy the USSR financially. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, and they wanted to have, I think the moon landing thing in general was to because they're competing with the Soviet Union. If the video is real or not, it was just a political thing. It was basically smoke and mirrors. Like for it was their war. It was a proxy war with the Soviet Union or USSR. Yeah. Okay. So so we know a lot of these space events that they talk about or different things like that have to do with more political ploys than actual genuine space exploration, which I believe is very true. Okay. Miami says, well, they very well did make it, but told not to return as well. They were far side, and it's off limits to us knowing that moon's not what we think. I've heard a theory that the moon has aliens on it, so they faked a moon landing video, but really the real alien footage would show a UFO stuff. Yeah, because there's more to it than meets the eye about it. Because a lot of times, like even with Mars, I'm sure there's allegedly bases on there already. They don't really tell us that they really have the technology to go there. So there's certainly more to these things that meet the eye. Hello, Mountain. Dude, I saw this thing again today. That dot like thing that I was talking about, it did the same thing. It teleports and moves, bro. Has like greenish gold light. Oh, you saw it again. Okay, thank you, Mountains. Glad that you told me about your second experience with it. It's definitely a bizarre object, indeed, that I believe is likely from extraterrestrial origin. All right, they had two separate films, and they're Kubrick, and they still use but are getting ripped internet for the green screen and cables, hairspray, too many things. That's why the F would NASA take decades old cameras picture the far side, please. The level of stupidity they treat us all beyond words. Right. I know it's like they showed an older picture of the other side of the moon that was already taken from a long time ago, and they think that we're all going to believe that the new picture they took was new. It's goofy. Yeah, like these moon landing things are ridiculous. Like they try to put out there. All right, so yeah, it's just NASA and then think that we're all stupid. You know, a lot of them that they think and a lot of people are, and not stupid, but misinformed about things about space and stuff like that. 43 years ago, I was shown the face on Mars in the pyramid. No shown to the public. I was neighbor of a. Wow. Yeah, I've heard about the Mars pyramids. I've read that about that before, and you know they're not going to tell the public about those things. So they don't want people to know the truth about it. Right. Yeah, you know, there's UFOs that are no, not UFOs. There's Mars. There are different layers of things like the pyramids, stuff like that, that need to be talked about, but they don't always talk about it. You know, there's pyramids on Mars. They don't talk about it. There's things on Mars about allegedly Mars was billions of years ago. There's humans or something on there, and their civilization was dying out, but they don't tell us about it. So I think there's a lot of things that they conceal from us, in my opinion. And another thing that happens is, there could be like a lot of times we see hypothetical questions like, what if it is true? And like, why would it be true? That's usually when you get the true answer about something. Miami says it's clearer now, but at 13, I was blown away. No, realize hundreds of pyramids all over the earth on massive scales. They're all over the earth, and a lot of them are adjacent to each other, which I think is quite incredible. And those pyramids were used by ancient people. They're built by ancient people. I think the aliens may have helped build them. They seem like they do stuff with Earth's gravity or balance out things in it. So I do think civilizations existed across different planets that did that. All right, and soon we'll be, wrapping it up because we've like mostly completed the stream we're talking about. Yeah. So, but also with the different trees and stuff, like Mars itself could be jump started technically by a cable. I mean, not a cable, but that made no sense. But by putting a giant thing down inside of Mars and like spinning it up and like mixing it like you would a bowl of soup, it would cause the atmosphere and everything to eventually come back. So that's the thing about Mars. Okay, can I share their power plants, separation hydrogen and oxygen from water? There's so much about the pyramids that they can share, or we will be much more woken, found huge. Thank you for sharing that. Appreciate it. Okay. And Roman said, "Hey, hey, vertical world. Yeah, welcome to the vertical world." Oh, towers going below the Great Pyramids. I've heard about that. That they found more things deep down within the pyramids. Now, yeah, Roman. I don't know when that trial's going to start. You know, an hour and 41 minutes ago they were supposed to start, but they didn't. So I don't mind playing another trial while we wait for that one because there's another one on right now. But I don't, as I said, and also I'm dealing with this one too. So yeah, it's definitely a interesting situation with that. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, yeah. So I definitely think the pyramids are good with that and would enlighten us, give us more energy, but they want to keep people out of that frequency of what the truth that they can see and understand. Yeah. So I think that is a really good point right there. Okay. Well, thank you all for coming. Let's see. Something else here. All right. Let's do this. Okay, so looks like it did start. Let's go here. Darn it. That's not what. Okay, so we're just gonna go this way and there. There we go. All right, so Roman, you could go back. It began 11 minutes ago. Okay, so you didn't miss anything. It was 11 minutes ago. All right. Awesome. Well, thank you. That was Fifi that told me that in the other chat. In the other stream, she told me it was on, and I looked and found it. Yeah. How about those locations around the world with perfect symmetrical structures dug out in the sides of the mountain and deep underground dwellings? Oh, I think that it is extremely epic. You know, it shows that there is either extraterrestrials or something there that gave us human intervention in that way, or it was put there already, or however it worked. It was something a fascinating phenomenon. Definitely. All right. 440 hertz, bro. Sonic reconnaissance in hydrogen. Too, by the way. All right. Oh yeah, because those different frequencies and wavelengths are certainly there to give off intergalactic signals that are good for people. And if those people made those questions and goes why they dug them out, what they're hiding from. Right, exactly. Oh yes, the green color of nature. Yeah, very good. Yeah, Lori, you're doing also, Lori, glad to have you in the spaceship crew. Arg. Yeah. All right. So peace everybody. See you on the next one.